Шановні колеги,
Dear colleagues, let's take 1-2 minutes because I see that some of our colleagues are still registering. In 1-2 minutes, we are going to start our meeting. Colleagues, my name is Mariana Simonishin, and I will be a moderator of this welcoming part and the next discussion. I would kindly invite all the colleagues who are still registering to join because we are starting right now. So today we are at the event which has historical meaning for our country. These are public consultations on regional dimension of Ukraine plan, and I'd like to introduce first speakers who will take their welcoming words. Mr. Kubrakov passes us the words of excuse because he couldn't join, and today we have Alexandra Azarkhina, who is a deputy minister of the Ministry of Development, Ministry for Communities, Territories and Infrastructure Development. Also, we would like to invite Mr. Peter Polazhnar, Deputy Head of Union in the Ukraine Service in Chechnya, EU Commission. He will join us online, and ACS and Santilyan Lazuryaga from the EU delegation of Ukraine. He is the head of the Good Governance and Rule of Law section. I hope that you all have taken headphones. If not, I expect that you know English very well because today we have speakers who are going to talk English, and for the interpretation you should have headphones. That's all. Generally, the most recent agenda is on your pages. It is important to scan QR code, and there you will find an agenda and all the presentations which you may see today, and you will be able to take them with you afterwards. And also we are working with you in a wartime mode, so it is important to remember that in case of air raid alert we will have to proceed to the bomb shelter. And now I'd like to give a floor to Alexandra Azarkhina. Thank you very much. I really do agree that this meeting is very important because we have to read carefully the document, which is Ukraine facility. Usually it is translated by Ukrainian font into the Ukrainian language. This is a unique format offered by the EU Commission, which allows us to focus on a short-term perspective by 2027 on issues of Euro integration and on the issues of reforms, and what is the most important, on the issues of reconstruction. But reading this document, it is very important to understand how it is important to ensure the principles of multi-layer democratic governance in the process, both in the process of preparation of this program and in its implementation. So the level was set at the high range, and it is important to focus on further implementation of decentralization reform. We understand that it's not possible to finalize many issues without implementing changes into the constitution, but we in any case will have to get deeper, delve deeper into the details which we had no time to deal with, and this is actually the right time for us to work on reforms during this martial law. Our communities ensured our resistance, they ensured our resilience at local levels. That's why it is very important to reinforce your role in the recovery process. And here we are talking not only about funds and their disbursement, but it's also about planning, and this event is very important in this regard. Today we are going to hear the presentations of different ministries and representatives from the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine who've been working on different plan sections, but it is also very important to collect your proposals. By this QR code, you can reach a table where you can put your proposals, and thanks to your proposals I hope that we will be able to ensure that full representation and positions will be reflected from both the regional and local level. Thank you very much, and I hope for a very productive meeting. Now I'd like to give a floor to Peter Poloshanar. Peter, do you hear us? For participants in the hall, please put on your headphones.
Hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Дуже добре.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot. There is a bit of echo.
You can just go on.
So thank you very much for introducing me, and thank you very much for organizing this event of consultations. I would like first to thank, of course, the organizer, Minister Kubrakov and his Ministry for Communities, Territories and Infrastructure, but then also other speakers who will take active role in the event, especially speakers from the Ministry of Economy, who are working with us in negotiating the plan very intensely. As Deputy Minister Asakina already mentioned, it is an important process of preparing the plan, but even more than preparing the plan, it will be important to implement the plan. So our work is only ahead of us. As you can read in the facility, the European Union is proposing to put a very big emphasis on the involvement of regional levels. It has been supporting regionalization of Ukraine as a reform per se already since years, and now it has the ambition that reforms and investments find a way down to the regional level. And of course, it has also an ambition with these funds to support the general institutional regionalization of Ukraine. In that context, it will be important for us that we see that as the plan is being designed, but also as the plan is being implemented, that we see active involvement of municipalities, regions, and other territories of Ukraine. We will be observing this, of course, from Brussels as well, but there is also EU delegation present on the ground, and I'm very happy that you have invited my colleague Asier, who will take a floor later and will say a bit more about this. We are so far, just to give you a bit of the insight of what we have been working so far. So far, we are very happy with the development around the design of the Ukraine plan. The Ukrainian authorities have come with very ambitious proposals on how to implement some actions, and we believe that in a month or two we will be able to agree on the plan. Respecting this deadline is very important because we would like the plan to be started being implemented as of January next year, because the plan is the legal document for support of the European Union to Ukraine. And it is important to re-emphasize again that European Union is committed to support Ukraine as long as it takes.
Thank you so much for your welcome words. І продовжуючи тему залучення.
And now, continuing on the topic of involving the EU into this process, I'd like to give a floor to Asier Santelian Lazuriaga, the head of the Good Governance and Rule of Law section of EU Delegation of Ukraine.
Everybody, thank you very much for the invitation and having the chance to participate together with you in the opening of this conference. As Peter mentioned, we are working together in Brussels and here in the delegation and together with Ukrainian institutions to build our Ukrainian facility, because you have your Ukrainian plan and we have our Ukrainian facility, our facility to support Ukraine. There is the commitment of the European Union to support you on restoration, on rehabilitation, reconstruction. And we are already preparing a package of 50 billion euros to support you in the next 3 years. In this regard, it is important to work together at the different governance layers. Before the fully fledged invasion of Ukraine by Russia, you went through a very successful decentralization process. During a war situation, it is normal to have certain tendencies for centralization. That's normal, because at the end there are a number of decisions and orders that have to be taken at the central level. But the decentralization was very successful. So it translated some of the responsibilities from the central level to municipalities, to oblasts as well. And this is something that needs to be taken into account as well in the reconstruction. Participation of Hromadas Oblast is definitely something that we need to support, and we want to support. And in fact, we want to work together with Ukrainian authorities to guarantee that this participation is really meaningful and that at the end it results in the improvement of services to Ukrainian citizens. At the very beginning of the invasion, the municipalities were at the center of the core, let's say, at the front line in the response to Russian aggression. You municipalities, you organize the defense in certain cases, you organize the response to the civilians. Some of your citizens were lacking access to health, to water, to food, and you were able to respond to that, and you responded very efficiently and very effective. And this is the example of how you need to be also taken into account in the development of the plan, and in particular in the implementation, because to plan is relatively easy. The complex part will be implementation. But as Peter said very well, we are going to be here to support you now. We are already supporting you, and we are going to be here to support you in the future as well. So let me wish you a good conference, and let me wish you at the beginning of a good, let's say, example and process of participation at all levels. Thank you.
Дуже дякую. Thank you so much, пане Лозоряга. Колеги, на тому наші вступні слова закінчені.
Colleagues, at this we are finalizing with our welcoming works. Following up, communities are important, involvement of communities is important, and it is important to implement the plan which will be formulated with you. And now I'd like to give a floor to Alexei Sobolev to present the developments on the plan.
Дякую дуже. Зараз.
Thank you so much. So, thank you first of all that you joined us today. My name is Alexei Sobolev. I'm Deputy of Minister of Economy, and the Ministry of Economy is coordinating the work of the government on the development of the Ukraine plan. So I'm really grateful for the preparation of this forum and the help and assistance to the team of the Ministry of Economy. And I'm really grateful to the team of the Ministry of Territories and Infrastructure Development, who helped to organize all of that for the European Union. So, first of all, what we mostly are telling about when we tell about the Ukraine plan, trying to explain people what this plan is not. Because maybe because of the name, maybe because of the volume of money, which is rather sufficient, 50 billion euro, everybody is having certain expectations around this plan. So all of those presentations, by the way, can be seen by the link, by the QR code on your badges. There you can find all the necessary documents. And this presentation is obsolete. Okay, so what this plan is not. This is not the plan for anything. This is not the plan for the development of Ukrainian economy. This is not the plan of all the governmental ideas and for all of the works during the next 4 years. This is just the part what the government will be still doing for us together to move on. But what's important to understand? That even in spite of such a huge sum of money, 50 billion euro for 4 years, the deficit of the budget for the next year is approximately 42 billion euro. So as for the needs, as for the damage by Russia, this money is not such a big sum of money. So what this plan is, it allows to create a very specific and high-quality base for the work for the next 4 years. We will definitely know that these reforms are planned, and for them we have certain requirements. I would say that they will be completed and in fact complied with, because if the requirements are not completed, Ukraine will not get the money. And this is how we'll be able to structure all the work, and we hope to unite all of our partners. But again, I'd like to remind you, this is not the plan for everything. This is just part of what the government is going to do. This is the plan of the most basic things. Okay, now, why do we need this plan? For the macro-financial stability, to get this money in the budget and for Ukraine to functional during the next following years. Secondly, to provide economic growth and recovery. And thirdly, to make closer and to approach to the standards of life in the EU, because we are integrating into the EU, and it is much easier to integrate the country if it can be compatible and comparable. So the EU is interested, and all the Ukrainians are interested in that, and the community is first of all, as it seems to me. What's important to know? How we distribute the money of the plan. 39 billion are given directly to the budget for the certain indicators on reforms. How do we spend the money? It is not connected to the reforms in the plan. The money is given directly to the budget. And that is important to understand, because very often people are trying to introduce their actions in the plan which they hope to get money for. You will be able to get the money within the usual budgetary process during the 4 years. The only mechanism which is working, when we introduce certain indicators into this reform, we accomplish that, it is checked quarterly, and if everything is accomplished, then the money is given to the budget. If something is not accomplished, we'll have a year to correct that and to, in fact, comply with the reform which we need, in fact, and then the money is going to the budget. If not, the money is vanishing. So there is no sense to write anything in the plan which we cannot comply with, because it will lead to the lack of money and it will lead to problems. And the EU will also be feeling that the plan is not working. They are not interested in that. So this is pillar 1, the first component of 39 billion. The second component is the investment component. It is created for the investments. For the investments into the sectors, strategical sectors, which I will show you during the next slides. But what's the most important thing, because no one is imposing which projects this money should be allocated for. This 8 billion will be given through the international financial organizations like EBRD, European Investment Bank, KfW, the German program, and so on. Similar organizations. How this money can be involved? Certain communal, public, or private projects are coming to these organizations, for instance to EBRD, and they say, we need to create a new road, or the new enterprise for the renewables, or something on processing. So what we have in the description of the plan. In this way, the organization, EBRD, for instance, can get to the special commission of the European Union and to say, please, make this loan cheaper. They will give $30 billion, but the rate will be not 20%, but 5%, and this compensation of the rate will be in the 8 billion. According to the calculations, 8 billion will lead to the situation that the country will get approximately 30 to 40 billion of investments during the next 4 years. Something will be constructed for dozens of billions with the help of the cheaper credits and loans in the sectors which I will explain during the next slides. And the third part of the program is technical assistance. Those are lots of grant projects which are working with you, which are helping you, and the money for these projects will be taken from the third pillar, 2.5 billion. And here we also have the reimbursement or compensation of the loans, approximately a billion or $1.5 billion. The compensation of the loans which are considered into the budget for 39 billion from the first pillar of the additional money which will get to Ukraine. Approximately $1 billion or $1.5 billion are from these additional money. But where are the 500 million, the people are asking? That is for the administering of the programs. That is the remuneration for all of the participants from the EU during these 4 years. I need to know how to use the clicker. Could you please show my next slide? Just a lottery to me. Okay, now I got it. So, what's important to understand? That as for the money which is given to the money, they are really well under control. So, the money given to the budget, then it is distributed all over the budget, 39 billion, and not a single euro can be misused. In this way, but in budget it is mixed. Our money, somebody's money, how can we control it? And know definitely that there are no problems or corruption. For that we need to strengthen the reform of our audit authorities. And it is also introduced into the measures of the plan, the reform of the audit service and of the chamber. So of course we'll create the independent audit council, which will in fact control and monitor the accomplishment of this plan by the EU. So what does the plan consist of? The text itself. It is being developed now. Why can't we show you some text to comment upon? Because it does not exist. Different chapters are in different ministries at the different level of readiness. Why so? Because mostly those plans in the EU are created by the EU members, and they spend 12 to 15 months for that. We need to accomplish this work in 3 months during the wartime, so we are doing everything simultaneously. We are consulting with everybody to tell about the current state of affairs, of the plan, of the project, what we think about, to get important feedback from you, which you think it's important to be there. We need to check whether they are there, to prioritize them, and so on. That is why let me tell you what it's about, the main concepts of what is in the Ukraine plan or should be there soon. First of all, the big chapter which tells us about the macroeconomic scenarios for the country's recovery. How our economy will be able to grow if this plan is successful, if we implement the reforms and we have 50 billion, 39 to the budget and additional investments, approximately 40 billion. What will it give, which value added will be given to the basic scenario? The second issue, what happens if we add more investments? If people believe that yes, we have a nice base and we can also add something, there are other countries and private sector, and they are also investing, for instance, 100 billion, 200 billion during the next 4 years. So how much growth of GDP will take place? How closer we are to the EU level? And the third very important macroeconomic factor, which are multiple, of course, how many people come back. We have different scenarios, how many citizens come back to Ukraine, because they are working here, consuming and providing the economic growth. The second part are the main or basic requirements, the key reforms of the plan, without which the recovery does not take place, as well as the development. They have 4 measures. The first is the public administration reform. We need enough of capacities at the level of the state to accomplish all of those difficult tasks which we face. How to overcome, how to win in the war with Russia, how to recover the country, how to disentangle all the problems which emerged after the invasion. Secondly, measures to manage public finances. During the next 4 years, we'll need to get to know how to use only our money. Now, more than half of the budget is covered by our foreign partners, and this transition should take place from 60 or 70% by foreign partners who were given as loans or grants, now will have to take the taxes. Or maybe we shouldn't spend that much. So how can we do it to be convenient for everyone and for the country to go on functioning? That is in the chapter about the measures to manage public finances. The next point, justice systems reforms and the fight with corruption. That's very important. In fact, the court of justice reform and no one to be in doubts that the money is misused and to protect the property rights. Here we can provide huge private investments. The next chapter will be about economic reform program, and I would like to tell you that in the main requirements in this program there will be very specific measures. They can be hundreds for the next year, and for those measures 39 billion euro will be allocated. So this program of economic reforms can be divided into 5 parts. The first is financial markets. We need the perfect, capable banking system which allows the money allocated for the recovery or for the development of business to be efficiently distributed where it is mostly needed and useful. And for that, the banking system, as you know, really a big part is taken by the state. We had to nationalize certain banks because they belonged to Russia, who supported aggression, the people under sanctions. And now we need to correct this situation, to have more private sector. The second problem is bad loans. During the war and before that, a big part of loans were not given back. So when this bad loans part is more than a half, the bank is not giving loans to the new projects for development, but is trying to get the older debts. We don't want that. We would like to find the way out of this situation. Another point is state asset management and privatization. And again, a huge public sector is expanding. Though we have the medium and small privatization, we still see lots of Russian capital which was not working for the business but was working to weaken our national security. And in this sector, the public companies cannot, or it's very complicated to involve private investments. There are lots of reasons, but this is the first one. What is not strategic, we need to sell. What is strategic, we need to create the operational system management, where the companies which take the big share of the Ukrainian economy to provide private investments and to allocate and involve additional dozens of billions of euro to create something new, to construct something new, to create new job places for the growth of the economy. Another huge part, one of the 5, but it takes a lot, that is human capital. The chapter which tells about all the problems, how to bring the people back, what we need for that, how to solve the approaches to the problems of temporarily displaced people, reintegration of the ex-combatants, the people with disabilities, gender equality, and demographic issue, in fact, as well as emigration. Because without the involvement of additional people, we will not be able to create a big economy enough which will be able to pay for our protection from our neighbor. Even after the victory, this neighbor will not disappear. The next chapter is business environment, how we can create the business climate which will be easy to invest in, what we need for them. There will be certain key reforms in that. And a very important part of all of that is the regional policy and decentralization. As Alexandra already said, everybody knows that the recovery is taking place in the regions. This is the most important. The decisions should be taken in the regions because you can see everything better. So the main idea is the following. What should be the balance of the authorities and financing, the balance of capacities and responsibility between the central level and the regions, for everything to be as efficient as possible. Those are the key reforms of decentralization which will be mentioned in the plan. And finally, we have key sectors. We've conducted 26 working groups with businesses to get to know which sectors have the projects of sufficient amount and quantity and quality to take and to use additional 30 to 40 billion. This is the energy sector, transport and logistics, agri-food sector, critical materials, IT, and processing industry. All of those sectors, and in each chapter will describe the reforms and subsectors. In the energy sector, we'll have a lot about green energy, renewables. But simultaneously, we need to recover what was damaged by Russia to balance in the system, and it will be described in the plan as well. So those are the points where we'll be able to involve those loans to create. For instance, if the heat power plant was damaged, it will be mentioned that it needs to be recovered, including coal capacities, though we are all moving to the green energy, but still we know that it cannot solve the issue so far, especially after such a huge damage made by Russia. And finally, what is in the plan? I will tell you, we have 3 cross-cutting themes which exist in each chapter, that is European integration, digital transformation and green transition. In each of the measures, we have some of the measures of approximation to the EU, the adaptation of our legislation to theirs, some of the digital projects which exist, and green transition. Green transition is considered not as an obligation to decrease the carbon in fact, but still as an economic capacity. We need to become emissions, or we need to can be the exporters of the products created by the green energy, like green steel, maybe not in 4 years, but in 5 or 6 years, but we need to work on that now already. But you will hear about that today. This is the biggest forum which we ever organized about the Ukrainian plan, where we'll have special panels devoted to those blocks, and you'll be able to get acquainted with them in details, and a bit about the terms or the period of time periods. We plan to prepare a first draft by the end of October, the beginning of November, and to have a final document in the end of November, to present it officially for the EU in December. When can it be officially presented, and what are the last requirements for that? It will be understandable after the voting in the Parliament of the EU for the Ukrainian facility conditions, and then it will be described what should be written in the plan. But everything should be done simultaneously. So we'll be really grateful for your active involvement. In the end of the forum and during the forum, you'll get the special forms which you can fill in online to raise your questions, and we'll look through them, how they can be implemented into the plan. But a huge probability is that these topics are already there. We're having consultations with the businesses and international partners, and those are the main or the basic points which we have taken into consideration. Still, we need your involvement, especially in the part of decentralization. It seems that's it. Yes, that's it from me. Thank you so much for your attention, and I do wish you a very fruitful forum.
Дуже дякую.
Thank you, Mr. Sobolev. You've set a framework for our today's work. I hope that this your energy will last till the very end of this meeting. And now we are going to start more actively. And I have an order to introduce our first panelist in our first panel discussion. First panelist is Alexandra Azarkina, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Communities, Territories of Infrastructure Development of Ukraine. Mr. Dmytro Turchak, who is the Director of the Department of Strategic Planning, and Regional Policy, Ministry for Communities, Territories and Infrastructure Development of Ukraine, and Viktor Nestula, Head of Dream Project Office, Head of Ukraine Support and Open Contracting Partnership. I hope I said everything correctly. So, colleagues, let's talk about our time frame. We have 80 minutes for this first panel discussion. This is quite a lot, and I'd like to say that majority of this panel will be devoted to questions and answers, not to the presentations. That it was already mentioned from the very beginning. We'd like to hear your feedback, your questions, your clarification. That is our main goal. In order to make our dialogue more effective, please prepare your questions in advance. And also I'd like to remind you that if you haven't seen something, haven't heard something, and you'd like to check it, you have a QR code on your badges, so you can look at the presentations, and afterwards please do ask. And what was already mentioned by Mrs. Arkina and Mr. Sobolev, we also have a feedback form by this link. You can go there to the table and put any comments, recommendations, or considerations there. We will use it in the future. Great. The house rules. Our meeting is streamed online. If you will have questions, especially those who are participating online, all your questions will be raised. I have a phone with me, and I will raise these questions to the panelists. Few more house rules. At the back of the room you have a water. If you'll need one, please grab it. And to be active, you should be hydrated too. So during today's discussion, you have to take into account that we are talking about measures, specific measures. So when you will be listening to the presentation, please be focused on main aspects. First of all, what will be included into the Ukraine plan and how your needs will be reflected in it. You should be focused on this specific issue. Second aspect, how this Ukraine plan will be implemented and what will be your role in its implementation. And the third aspect, what projects will be able to get financing within the framework of this Ukraine plan. Maybe you will have more questions. That will be great. In any case, it will facilitate our discussion. And now I'd like to give a floor to Alexandra Azarkhina. Thank you very much. I'd like to demonstrate the presentation of mine. Okay, so the issue of decentralization is a cross-cutting issue in general. It persists in all the areas which are related to the economic development of Ukraine. This is, in general, an approach. If we are talking about the decentralization of the power, we are talking about the specific reform, but it is not possible without implementing changes in sectoral policies. And decentralization in the Ukraine plan is a cornerstone of this plan, which may help to implement changes. The plan itself should work within the regional development, and all the actions and all the measures should also be related to the regional development. At the same time, there are a few aspects which I'd like to focus on, especially in the framework of implementing reforms. First of all, Ukraine facility has a very clear understanding of what is necessary to take into account from the point of view of multi-layer governance. We are talking about the necessity to take into account the situation in the regions, taking into account their needs in reconstruction, modernization, and development, and that could be reached through the synchronization with respective framework documents. If you know, the state strategy of regional development is now under the review, and it is now based on the territorial approach, and that would be our response to this issue. Also, it is important to take into account the situation in regions of Ukraine, take into account the specifics in recovery and reconstruction, and take into account bottom-up approach. Here, I think you've heard about them. the recovery plans which are being prepared by the respective communities, and also the document which should be adopted on the CMU level, the plan on reconstruction of the communities. These documents allow us to put important issues into the Ukraine plan in general. If you're talking about such high-level plans as the Ukraine plan and the strategy of the development of the country, yes, they take into account number of proposals from the communities, but they are the framework. And this is about prioritization, for example, of investments. This issue, I mean prioritization of investments, should be implemented in a way of that we first should establish priorities at local levels, and then at the top level we should confirm that these lower level priorities are in line with the sectoral policies and are in line and available financing. And here I'd like to refer to what Mr. Alexei Sobolev said. If we're talking about the Pillar 1, which is the money directly injected to the budget, and here we return to the issue of establishment of the foundation of transparent accountability. For us, as a test, it was a fund of liquidation of aggression consequences. For us, it was important to stipulate three main principles. First of all, to allow communities to provide projects on their own. And yes, we had an understanding that they had to file them through the oblast administrations, but thanks to DREAM update, which will be described by Victor, that aspect could be eliminated, and now they provide and submit their projects directly. That that may look like a formality, but no, it helps us to see what are the real projects. So when we communicated with communities, we explained them that their requests and their plans should be aligned with financing possibilities, because if there are no plans without money, and we all understand this principle, but we usually do not follow it, but we have to return to it and start following it, because so now we are learning how to do governance according to the EU rules. And if we are wanting to involve funds from the EU, we have to take into account respective rules and to embed all these rules into the framework of actions which should be implemented. Yes, there may be some disasters which may not be foreseen, and here we can talk about possible breaches of procedures, and to yes, we couldn't have in the plan the dam destruction, Kakhovska dam destruction, but that's what all other issues should be included into the plans and should be planned accordingly, and that should be aligned with the principles of governance. The third principles, which was taken into the foundation for our liquidation fund, it's a digitalization. We Ukrainians all know how it is easier to implement reforms when everything is digitalized, because we know that corruption is not just the bad behavior of people who have some public offices. It's about non-working instruments. If there is a gray zone, it's when some tools are not efficient. Thanks to digitalization, we will be able to get away from it, and we will be able to ensure such a level of transparency when all public institutions will work in a way that nobody will be interested in the corruption, and it will just be lacking the sense of being corrupt. So digitalization plays a very huge role here. Also, we are talking about the need in methodology on prioritization of specific subjects. So within the liquidation fund, we had the job done with the RISE coalition and with other partners who helped us to create a system which was fair in assessing priorities of communities. Yes, this system is not 100% ideal. It's not possible to take into account everything, but it had a goal to ensure unbiased assessment based on input data. And after that, it was possible to bring all the necessary issues to the level of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine to discuss them. Because, yes, there may be different priorities, there could be priorities in different programs, and they could be adjusted. That was something which was never done in our state before. It still requires some adjustment, and we asked the World Bank to help us with that. And now we already reached to the stage where we have when we have an order of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, which is in fact a recommendation, but still it has a justification behind it, and it will help to understand how financing is being allocated to specific needs, especially when it comes to basic needs of the population. These are the most important principles we included into that. And if we're talking about the architecture of recovery, all these elements are included there, and it is important for us as for the state to be transparent, to be accountable throughout the whole process of the recovery. Moving forward, main focuses of the Ukrainian plan on the regional development. We have 5 following of them. Update of the state strategy for regional development until 2027. Yes, it's quite like an onion. That you have a lot of layers, but something very important is and the essence is inside. So the strategy for regional development, yes, Mr. Tuchak will tell about this a little bit more. But I'd like to say that when we're talking about this strategy, that the key principles for us are integration and combining our tools with the EU tools. I think you know already, many of you know already, that main EU policies are the regional ones. And if we won't be able to learn how to use them, we will be at the end of the tail, and we will not be able to reach the level of our neighbors, because Poland, for example, used to learn how to work with them, and they were successful in that. You all know about that, so we should do the same. And now it is also important to ensure the monitoring of implementation of the strategy. That's why we are talking about digital tools for monitoring regional policy, with a focus on transparent and effective processes of territorial recovery. And it is also related to financial resources, because without understanding where we can get money for that, it wouldn't be a real job. It would be just a therapeutic exercise without reaching any specific goal. That's not something we should do. Do you towards us that we have to understand when we're preparing any plan how it should be financed. And that brings us to the institutionalization of the State Fund for Regional Development. We all do clearly understand that our defense is the top priority for us. As a state, we are now losing the institution which is called the Fund of Regional Development. It is clear that priorities for the financing should be directed at improving our defense capacity, but still we shouldn't sit still. We should work with our partners to cooperate with them, with OECD, for example, and we are working with them on improving the framework for an updated state fund for regional development to make it operational and effective, on working on goals and priorities which were set for the regional development. So everything what I am talking about is not something genius or absolutely brand new, but this is just a recalling of what we had previously. It's just something we talked about already. This is not something unique. This is something we had to do a long time ago, but now we are in the moment of time when we have to deal with all these issues, and I feel like this is the real time to do that. So these tools are very important, but with the support of our partners, we will be able to implement that. So if support of our partners is crucial to win this win, and we understand that to win the war, we have to reform ourselves and to operate the tools and resources which are available to us. Our partners, and we are very grateful to them for that, they say that the support will last as much as is necessary for Ukraine, but unless we are ready to develop our economy on our own, we won't be able to be independent and successful. And it all combines with our approach of working of a single unified architecture of strategic documents at the regional and local levels. I think that many of you have spent a lot of time on understanding what is the recovery plan at the regional level and plan of Ukraine at the state level. So all these programs, plans, programs on complex development at the community level, at the state level, it's really complicated, but I think that yes, digitalization will simplify this process because it will allow us to work with only one set of data using the analytics and to articulate documents, and B, we did everything possible to coordinate them and to agree them, so the process which is now going on the articulation of Ukraine plan, it will allow us to align all the work which is being made on the regional plans of developments, because this is the way to understand what is going on specific territories. Without that, our decisions may not be as successful as we wish. And the fifth component is development of multi-level governance and introduction of a system bottom-up mechanism for regions and territorial communities at the level of state regional policy making. That brings us back to the last year community recovery programs. Actually, we tried to explained already how all these different documents and planning and programming are interrelated and coordinated, and with ULEAD project we will be able to do that, but still we will need to organize many training events to do that. But this is not a unique situation. In Poland, before becoming the EU member, they had more than 100 strategic documents, programs, plans approved by the President, CMU, National Security Council, without being coordinated with each other. So they were about different issues, and they even were contradicting to each other at some point. But these documents are usually not implemented because of lacking financing. So we, in our work, have to think on how we can improve this process to work closely together on aligning all these documents within the Ukrainian context. So the next point I'd like to mention is the decentralization. First of all, we should talk about restoring local self-governing government in the deoccupied territories. It's quite a sensitive process during which we have to find a balance between the interests of state security and the democratic values. But I'm sure that we will be successful in that. With the support of Sustainable Europe partner, we will be able to elaborate necessary legislative pieces. It will be a very difficult work, but we will manage that in any case. Secondly, we are talking about tax decentralization. That is the issue related to improving the financial capacity of communities. That brings us to the issue that, yes, communities received additional funds to implement delegated powers and to implement their projects. But now we face a situation when the tools for managing local taxes, they are not very convenient. Sometimes they even missing. We talked with representatives of communities on administration of local taxes. Not all are interested in going to local places and to manage them, but still monitoring of them is very important, and not on a quarterly basis but on an everyday basis, to understand where comes from what and where it goes. We don't have it, and this is quite a basic problem which makes impossible for the communities to be creative and to manage their taxes, increasing some of them, decreasing some of them. And that brings us to smart specializations and preparation of respective strategies, which can be based on the taxes which are being collected.
That is why, let me repeat, we are now speaking about these tools. We speak about other tools as well, which won't be in the Ukraine plan as conditionalities, but still will definitely do that. Those are loans, for instance, because we have a kind of discrimination. The cities can take loans and the settlements and villages cannot. We need to correct this situation. And in fact, we need to correct the situation when the communities don't have the opportunity to inventorize their tax base. And the legislation and decree level is lower there. Mostly it's about the coordination of central authorities and digital tools. Here we have negotiations with USAID, and I hope it will be working within the initiatives connected with the taxes to provide digital solutions which would be convenient for the local self-governance authorities, not just to monitor taxes, but just to see what you have in the taxation base, where you own and what, and where you cannot take taxes. Those are very pragmatic points, not of the level as the Ukrainian plan is, but still we'll have to go on without that. And also we are speaking about the necessity on the work with the, in fact, defense points, which in fact did not create the, in fact solve the situation with the military. And of course we do understand that the priority is the defense, but it's not the problem. The problem is that the income tax is done by the registration place of the company or the military brigade. We need European practice for that. We need the practice when the money is taken according to the place of residence of the person, and two countries in the EU only have a different system. We understand the sensitivity of this issue, we understand the scale of this reform, but it is also spoken about for about 10 years. So what we are doing now with the support of ULEAD, and not only, we also have 4 big projects working on that: Hoverla, Dobre and Solar, and we will develop the model. What will take place if we get to this system? How we can provide that, not just by a formal place of registration, but for the place of residence. In fact, the country, Ukraine, is very cool country as for registration, accounting, and in fact decentralization. It is achievable, and when it needs to be the part of our unified policy of strengthening financial tools of the communities. We're speaking about the development of the competences in the project management and work with investments, which is also not that huge scale as a super big law, but still we say that this is important and necessary. When the person is saying that the communities should be the leaders in the recovery and reconstruction, it shouldn't be just pure declaration, because leadership is capacity, leadership is competency, and leadership is responsibility. And when all of that is working together, then we say who is manages what, not just telling who is the main one, but still not capable to accomplish the tasks appointed. So we are working more with the partners from the perspective of our capacity to provide additional expertise at the local level. The process is very complicated, but we still have already first achievements, and the further, the more communities will be able to get this technical assistance, because it has been working at the central level. The reform offices and different technical assistance is in fact the 5th branch of power in Ukraine, which provides the reforms process. But it is really hard to do that at the places. And the fourth focus is establishing a proportional system of control over local self-government by the central authorities. That is the law draft 4298, and we think that it is time to raise this issue, to adopt it. We have the full leadership of the Line Parliament Committee. Recently we had the consultations together with the EU Council in Strasbourg format, and it seems to me that the consensus is there, so there are chances to adopt it. And the fifth point is subsidiarity principle. Review of local self-government legislation to clarify the division of powers between central, regional and local levels in areas relevant to recovery. Because if we don't have order there, we'll still have only long conversations. What is owned, what is delegated authority is, and who is paying for what. So it is impossible to deal without that. And in fact, what's important for me to emphasize, if we're speaking about the state-regional policy, then we focus on the recovery of the strategy, the geoinformational system of regional development, and also we have the update of the roadmap of decentralization reform. We will present it on the 30th of October, and in fact it will cover the focuses which we have in the Ukrainian plan. I'd like to warn all the representatives of local self-governance authorities how the work is done in the government on the Ukraine plan. Each line ministry is getting with the huge plan with hundreds of measures. In fact, it is getting into the working groups where we involve the Ministry of Economy and other ministries, and our colleagues in the government have the task to focus. That is why we, as any other ministry, need to agree. 100 of measures? No, it's too much. Take 5 only. It is painful because we understand that our sphere is the most important, but still we need to understand that the plan cannot be the strategy. The plan should be focused. That is why here we have the key points, but all the rest, planning documents and policies, don't disappear. We still do all of that. So I appeal to you. We will be happy to hear your proposals in the table, which you can find by the QR code. We will be happy to see any level of detailization. But please don't disappoint if you see that not all of the 100 of measures of decentralization can be found in the Ukraine plan. Please have some understanding. Funding for regional and local projects. We have some amendments which were offered by the European Parliament, which say that yes, the first pillar is focused on the money for the Ukrainian budget, but still the European parliamentarians introduced the norm about 15% of non-repayable financial assistance under the Ukraine plan for the needs of recovery and development for regional and local authorities. This will be the regulation from Ukraine. How we can comply with this requirement, but also it's important that the European Parliament has had such a focus, and we really need to work on that, because it's obvious for all of us that this is certain sustainability for us, because we need to plan, and if we don't have an opportunity to plan for certain sums of money, it makes our life too complicated. In any case, this is what is taking place within the overall Ukrainian budgetary process. We also conducted small researches. Of course, this is not the format of consultations, but still it is very important to speak about that. Together with the project of Hoverla and Despro CSO, we had the research on the priorities of recovery. We posed the questions about the Ukraine plan. Here you can see the most important areas for community recovery. And good piece of news, that in fact they are already reflected in the Ukraine plan. Secondly, we are speaking about the key reforms to be covered by the Ukraine plan. Here we can see that in fact, and this is right, that the focus is not only on decentralization and regional policy, because the places face the challenges with other reforms, the medical, the tax reform, the accommodation or other reforms. In fact, we have lots of challenges facing, but still with the support of our partners and the local authorities, local self-governance, we will cope with that. We also have a couple of figures. The readiness or willingness to join the work on Ukraine plan. 91% is ready. I'm expecting from the same indicators from the participants of the discussions as for the proposals for the plan. The efficiency of communication between local authorities and central and local authorities on community recovery measures. Sufficient level 94%, insufficient 5%. We have to work to have 100. Confidence in the community's ability to attract and utilize loans and grants from international organizations and investments from businesses. 67% high, 20% medium, 12% low. That's a very interesting element because on this capacity, lots of our partners are mentioning about that, and we are working on that as well, because the tools which are offered by the Ukraine facility are very interesting, because when we speak about Pillar 2, when we speak about crediting or loans, they don't have, all of them have this experience. They all don't have this muscle developed. So those recovery programs are very simplified, and they are offering to implement them at the regional and local level. Standard projects which are done with the management of international financial organizations are rather complicated, and we need to study how to do that. We as the ministry exhaust the communities with our endless trainings, but please pay enough of attention to that because it is important, and here we need higher indicators on self-assessment and implementation, and confidence in the community's institutional capacity to plan and implement recovery measures. That is easier than the work with the loan institutions, but still we have certain doubts there, because some of the communities have already worked with these documents, they have seen methodological recommendations and understand that they need help. But thankfully there are lots of technical assistance projects who strengthen us. This is my last slide, so I thank you for listening to me, and I will be grateful for your questions. Thank you. Alexandra, thank you as well. I would like to, in fact, warm up the audience because we have 4 questions online. So please generate your questions as well. And I'd like to wish all of us this confidence in the involvement of loans. 88%, how the communities have. Honestly, I'm envious. Victor, Alexander has already mentioned that the recovery and modernization of Ukraine should be done transparently. I heard with one ear that Dream System will help this project to take place transparently. Could you please tell more details about that? Well, I would say that it can help, but whether it really helps, it depends on all of us. And first of all, communities who are the first users of Dream ecosystem. Could you please show my slides? Alexei Sobolev in his presentation mentioned the money distribution, and Alexandra added that the parliamentarians supported 15% of the Pillar 1 for the help of recovery at the level of the communities. But altogether, if we look at the financial structure of the Ukraine plan, more or less that is 13 billion euro, which are about directly the recovery and reconstruction. Pillar 1, 5.6 billion, Pillar 2, 8 billion. So the vast majority of the money is still done for the budget support and reforms. Simultaneously, Pillar 2 is programmed in the way to catalyze this money and to help involve, according to the estimates, additional 30 to 40 billion for 4 years. And we are now speaking only about Ukraine facility of the European Union. And we also have lots of partners who are helping Ukraine from beyond this facility, like the Norwegians, who allocated 7 billion, the Japanese, who allocated lots of money. The Americans are preparing the new support package, so the amount of investments which will be coming to Ukraine and will be coming, first of all, to the level of the communities, the level of local self-government authorities, is huge. And if we look at the experience of Ukraine on the implementation of investment projects, we will never in our history, never could use the money more than $5 billion a year per year in the public sector. And now we are speaking about dozens of billions. And to plan it properly, to 88% of trust not to be lost, or this 88% of confidence to be converted into real investment projects, we still need to work a lot. We need to coordinate a lot and to communicate the outcomes of our works with our international partners. And for that, together with the Ministry of Recovery, we are developing and implementing the DREAM system, digital ecosystem for accountable recovery management. In a nutshell, what that is. This is the system which helps to combine to the one window all the stages of the life cycle of investment project, beginning with the documentation of damages to the introduction or of the exploitation of the project, including the prioritization, adoption of the plans, involvement of the funding for those projects, the preparement for the procurement, the construction process, the exploitation and post-use assessment. And as you can see at this slide, the DREAM system is not done as a combined IT system. It integrates, in fact, the existing solutions under one umbrella. And according to the spheres where you used to work with Prozoro or with the state register or with the system of transaction spending, you are still working with them. We are just adding an umbrella which helps to combine all of that into one window, and then it will be easier to manage all of that. So, with the help of that, we are creating, in fact, the united pipeline or the united list of investment projects at the level of the country, which, with the help of prioritization methodology, which was mentioned by Alexandra, which is also the part of the Ukraine plan, helps characterize those projects from the perspective of their readiness level, integration level to the strategic documents, whether they are the plan for the recovery of communities, whether they are the part of some transport strategy, and so on. And we are helping to promote those projects and involve investments for that. And also we are helping with the transparent and accountable monitoring and management of the process of implementation of those projects. As of today, the system is regulated by the Resolution 1286 on the experimental project. It gives us the opportunity to test different functions, to some extent to experiment, to pilot, to find the solution which will satisfy all of us and will help to speed up the cycle from the initiation of the project idea to the involvement of investments. Separately, if you are implementing the projects on the liquidation fund, they are also done in the system of DREAM. It is compulsory, and the part of the Ukraine plan is also the obligation to regulate legislative part, the works of the digital solutions which provide the transparency, accountability, recovery, smart prioritization. This is about the DREAM system and the regional development, and here we also working together with the Ministry of Recovery, the Parliament, anti-corruption authorities, the Ministry of Finance, the Institute of Civil Society, and so on, to develop such a legislative framework for the system in the perspective to become compulsory or obligatory for use. As of today, we are in the closed beta testing stage. We have 157 communities, administering authorities which are testing those functions every day. They upload their projects, update their projects, they report about the construction process, they integrate them with certain procurement processes in Prozoro, which automatically takes the payments from spending system. So we have the full-scale work already. Since November, we hope to open this system for everybody. If you'd like to join the system at the experimental level, or if we don't have the full-scale legislative work, we still encourage you to work, because we need to get to know how to work with that. We need to collect the feedback and to improve our competency on the one hand, and on the other hand, we need to improve our tool. So now we have lots of feedback. We have separate focus groups directly with the communities. We collect the proposals. We try to integrate these proposals into the functions as quickly as possible for the community to work conveniently, to understand how to work with that, and to easier involve the investments. Now about the functions of the system. Now we begin with the registration of the user in the system, and the main user is the management authority, a local self-governance authority, the community itself, which has the authorities to create their investment profile or login in the Dream ecosystem. This is the mix. It can unveil this profile as much as it like the page in Facebook or in LinkedIn, with simple words. First you upload your, landing page, who is your contact person for the involvement of investments, to see at the portal who the community should contact with, to take away any of the interim stages or the representatives of regional administrations or the ministries and so on. There are certain contacts. If the donor would like to get in touch with you, please inform how it should be done.
So we worked with a large focus group from communities. They actually informed us what they like to see in these profiles, from simple parameters regarding the population, number of IDPs, budget, income, credit lines, to development strategies, to cities of partnership, cooperation with international organizations, and so on. But the key element of this profile is the list of the projects which the community is intended to implement and intended to attract financing for. Partially, the development plan will be here too, and also other projects could be listed here too. Please do not limit yourself, because it's on the principle Build Back Better, which is the basis of the Ukraine plan. We have to rebuild something very quickly, and for some projects we have to search for quick solutions, but nevertheless we still have to think about more large-scale projects on the level of communities in general. This profile is being fed with the functionality from 157 communities. This functionality is built upon the principles of the International Financing Organization. The life cycle of project creation is in line with the manuals on preparation of investment projects of the International Development Bank. So this is everything what relates to the Pillar 2 of the Ukraine plan or Ukraine facility, and this is to speak with our partners in order to speak with the international partners with a common language, and they would be able to get all the necessary information very quickly and see all possible investment possibilities. The functionality is being developed on the basis of feedback from communities, and it is being tested by the international organizations. And maybe some of you saw last Friday international financing organizations, the World Bank, EBRD, EIB, and the Development Bank of the Council of Europe has signed a memorandum on their readiness to use DREAM system and ProZorro system for procurements and for ensuring transparency of recovery, and also to work with them in general to understand what the projects are there and what projects are attracting investments. We worked a lot with the MFOs to explain the logics of the system, to elaborate these systems, and now we see that international financial organizations are ready to work with these tools. So the detailed card of every project helps us to understand what is happening with this project as of the moment, and it allows for to see the details of the project and what happens there in general, so in general the transparency. As to the profiles of communities, we have also profiles on sectors, because some donors are interested, for example, in the education sector, or in the healthcare sector. Some of them may be interested in energy sector. So the DREAM will allow for the simpler communication and to help ministries to communicate the national strategies on development of specific sectors. That all helps us to better coordinate our efforts with the donors. So that will help us to create projects which will be necessary at all levels, at community level, at regional level, at the state level, and to create an overall understanding of the need on investments. But in any case, this need should be aligned with the possibilities and capacity of the donors. Yes, of course, we will have some funds from Ukraine, but the level of investments which we should attract from the international partners in the nearest time will be much bigger. We all believe that Russia will pay for everything at the end of the day, but we, at the same time, understand that it won't happen in the nearest years. So now we are working on multi-donor coordination platform functionality for the European Commission, for international financial organizations, for them to use the data which will be generated by the system when making decisions on investment. And that is something which actually communities had introduced into the system, because at this platform they will see an investment menu which will help them to understand what are the possibilities to invest. And that brings us to the importance of quality of the projects. So the project should be elaborated in detail, qualitatively, so the donors would see that the project is a priority project. Also, through this work with the multi-donor support platform, we will introduce all the international donors and organizations who are going to invest into the recovery. The governments of Norway and Lithuania and development partners and banks, they will all have their own profiles in the system, and in such a way we will be able to understand what these donors aimed at and what is the mechanism of cooperation with these partners. Is it possible to send the request through the email, or maybe there will be some external system to approach them, or maybe to file a request through the DREAM system in particular, because we are now preparing a functionality which will allow to submit system for the liquidation fund through the DREAM system and without the need to use any other systems, and you will be able to see the list of projects. They will be arranged respectively, and it will be possible to see what projects could be financed, and if there will be a new launch of investment opportunities, it will be possible to use all the information of already prepared project and to file it for this financing. It will help us to create a single shop for financing at community levels, because you maybe know how it happens now. People may get information on investments, on the opportunities at some events, at some conferences, or through some other means. It is not structured, it's rather chaotic, and you may be successful to get the information, maybe not, but the DREAM as a single source of the information on all the possibilities and sources of attracting investments at the level of communities will be very effective in this regard. We hope that the system will work in full very soon, and this system will help you to understand that there is, for example, 5 million a year for specific community, and specific project could be financed in such a way. It will be possible to see through the system how to approach these donors and to get finances for them without waiting for them to come. It will also make an access to financial resources much easier. And as to the accountability and transparency, all the data collected by the system is being transformed into respective tools which will allow you to see at the level of community or municipality to see what is the situation with some projects as of now in community. Because if there will be a lot of projects, that will help to see in a simplified manner what happens where, if there is delay with the construction works or financing, etc., etc. I will skip the risk management component because we are going to work on it during the next year. Yes, of course, this all needs an investment into improvement and strengthening the competencies of users. Yes, it's very simple in the interface, but in any case, involvement of investments and managing investment projects is a very comprehensive and complicated issue. That's why we have to invest into capacity development as well. And the last slide, electronic democracy module, EDAM. Everything what we are doing actually is for our citizens. So it is very important to work on the recovery of Ukraine in the participatory manner, to take into account citizens' thoughts and considerations, to make people trust to the recovery. That will increase the probability of getting more investments. And still we have a lot of IDPs, especially those who are now abroad. We want to stay in touch with them, communicate with them, and to communicate that there is progress, that there are changes, and it is possible to get involved into the investment. So one of the most important tools of this system is the instrument of electronic democracy, which will help the citizens to initiate, support any projects, or to offer any support on attracting investments. That will all leads us to a comprehensive system which will help the community to plan projects, to communicate with international partners, and to build trust with all these subjects which may be interested in investing into this project. So the work, the type of cooperation, the accountability and transparency would be very much depend on using respective tools, and that will influence the level of support from international partners. Thank you, and I hope for productive discussion. Thank you very much. We have 30 minutes for the discussion and answering your questions. Please prepare your questions now, especially the representatives of associations of the self-governing authorities. I see you among the participants. Please raise your hands. We are going to allow you to ask questions in an order of appearance. We have a few questions in our chat. Alexander, you've mentioned a huge amount, 5.6 billion euros, which should be allocated to community projects. This is quite a huge amount, I would say. I think that some communities are already preparing the project. So the questions from our online community: do communities receive funds directly for implementation of projects? And nobody knows, frankly speaking. This amendment, which was introduced in Ukraine facility already after it was voted, this is an amendment which wasn't there at the beginning. So the EU MPs have introduced it, and we don't know what is the mechanism to implement it, because facility is a framework which is set by the partners. It has a lot of basic aspects which are related to what should be done to be in line with democratic principles and so on, and these 15% too, as you've mentioned. So moving along with the logic of Ukraine facility, we remember that the pillar number one is the budget of Ukraine. So in any case, we say that this is everything what Ukrainian budget receives, and then they should be directed to the projects of regional and local development and recovery. It should be done by the Ukrainian government. I understand that we have already set the tools for transparent and accountable recovery within the fund of liquidation, but it is still at the level of discussions which are happening in Brussels, but once they are finalized, we will use what will be developed. In any case, the recovery projects, in any formats they may appear, they should be in line with the Ukraine facility framework. In any case, we have to get ready with the preparation of the projects. We have to get ready to work with international tools to attract funds, but still we understand that we have to work on it. Yeah, so the funds are envisaged. Now we have to think about mechanisms which could be used to allocate them. We had questions from the audience. Please, over to you. enter the microphone, please. So the audience online will hear and we will get interpretation. Victor Mudry from Karavarivska Regional Council. I'd like to talk with you about this proportion which should be avoided by the EU when allocating the Regional Development Fund. They are talking about that a lot and they are doing their best to avoid any risks about that. And they are possible. And they're possible why? Because decentralization and amalgamation of communities was based on a voluntary nature but not on the capacity. So it was voluntarily based rather than capacity based. So the capacity of local communities are quite different. Talking about my specific area, I would say that when comparing with capacities of Kryvyi Rih or Hrushivska Hromada, they are very different. So people living in, but in any case, people who live in cities and rural areas or other communities, they are equal and they have to have equal access to the funds in these facilities. Confirming my words, I'd like to reiterate that since the representatives of the Ministry of Economy are present here too, I'd like to ask them to provide you the analysis of utilization, of course, from the ADRR, because many funds from this fund were not allocated because many communities couldn't file and submit their projects because they couldn't fulfill all the preconditions for them. And I have a proposal here. Why shouldn't we create... Yes, it's okay that the EU is teaching us how to do project management because this is how the modern world is, but why shouldn't we bring project offices to this sub-regional level at the level of self-governing local communities? So at the regional level, this is a collegial body which could be a driver of all the processes related to these projects. And I'm sorry, can you please actually ask a question because it's rather a remark? Yes, I'm actually making a proposal. So my proposal is to move this process to one level higher, to the sub-regional level, because at the sub-regional level it will be simpler to find necessary specialists who will be competent to submit respective requests. Yes, so the first question was not the question we should answer just here and now. We, of course, should treat carefully and respectfully all the achievements of previous reforms. So the capacity of communities is an important issue, and I think that we should work on improving their capacity, and only after that we can pose other questions. But globally, these questions will be raised, and maybe Dmitro will comment later on how we treat that within the update of this the regional strategy update, and we are working on different approaches and situations of different communities because they all suffered from the war in a different way. I know that this is an acute question, but yes, these are questions which should be duly justified and for which the state should have a sustainable policy. As to the reform offices, we are actually focusing at community levels. Why? Because we see that we have to improve local capacities. If we are talking about the regional level, usually they at least have somebody there. You lead and other projects, so they are covered. But we don't say that we can provide experts to any community. This is a resource which any of our partners has. So there could be different levels for example, at 10 hromadas level, 10 communities or 2 oblasts, there could be different options and combination. There could be teams who can travel. I would call them traveling teams. So they can travel from one community to another community and to help with project management. So there are models implemented by ULEAD, Hoverla, and other organizations may have other models, but we have to focus our attention on developing expertise at the level of communities. Yes, Alexandra, please stay with us because there is one related issue. Different level communities have different resources, and not all of them. But Vetro had to comment on that. So what are the steps? What steps will be implemented by the government to support the weakest communities?
Well, maybe which steps should be done by the government will be told by Alexandra, because our ministries has lots of initiatives and we need different projects of our foreign partners as well to improve the level of capacities and the work with the projects. But each on his or her own, so I can see how the communities and our association is focused on the projects, and I would like to focus the view of our stakeholders on the preparation and planning as well, because this is also one of the most important issues. If those projects don't correspond or comply with the updated regional and local strategies, if those projects are not in the plan of the recovery of the community, it will be hard to explain, and I think Victor will approve. It would be impossible to introduce it into the dream system then. So now, gradually, we are leaving the first planning stage. So soon I think that we will make public our changes and amendments to the state strategies of regional development till 2027. All the communities and will see the certain focuses. We have already worked with the experts, and now we coordinate and adopt the draft of the document of the strategy of regional development. We'll get proposals directly from our associations and regional state administrations. So please join now this process. Provide your proposals, because according to the focuses which are already in the state strategy of regional development, it will be necessary to update the regional and local strategies. Simultaneously, we need to understand that there are the recovery plans, and this is the work of the ministries together with the MPs, and it is already over. We already identified all the recovery areas, and after the strategy is adopted, the next day after that, the communities will be able to provide the dream system with their plans, object by object. So please pay a lot of attention to the high quality plan of the Ukraine Plan facility. We still work on the planning for each of the communities, according to which will form the proposals for the investment projects and the money which you would see in the updated edition from the European Union. Thank you. Just a moment. The next question is for you, Dmytro. You were speaking about the plans of recovery, the state regional strategy, but there is the question, how do you prioritize the work in the community? Do you wait for the development of the state strategy of regional development? Do you need to begin the work on the plans already now? Do you need to work now? What do you start with? Look, you shouldn't rush. This is the planned work. We all understand that the basic level is the strategy for the development of the community. Each community needs to understand how to develop. Only the community knows its weaknesses and strengths. Only community understands where they can become successful. So the basic document for each community, for each of them, is the strategy. So let us please push all the others that the strategy is not a formal document. The strategy should be substantiated by the real projects. That is why we recommend that if the recovery plan exists, More than 600 communities will create the recovery plans, and the strategy should be revealed in the programs of recovery and the plans of recovery. And those are interconnected documents. If in the strategy you write that the measure of the strategy is to the increase of the level of education, in the plan you write that you add the object if it's the reconstruction or construction of the new educational institution. So these documents need to be interconnected. That is why assess the situation, begin to work and think how it should be done, how you see the development of your area, and I think that automatically after the state strategy of regional development is adopted, you will be able to update your strategies, and simultaneously you will understand which functional type of territory you belong to, and also you will be able to plan the recovery plan if you need it in your community. And a short comment from me. On the 14th of November, we planned a training, the presentation on the issues which you are now posing, together with the project of Dobre. What's the idea? So, in fact, when you speak what to begin with, first, you need to develop the program, because the program is the input data for the development of all the other documents, the high-quality ones. Formally, you can cope without it, but still, there will be fewer chances to have the documents of lower quality. If you work on the plan is a very light document, a quick one, but the strategy is a bit more complicated. So answering the questions of prioritization, I would answer like that. Victor, I saw you wanted to answer, but we have the question here. First the question, then we're coming to you. Glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. I am the city mayor of Slavutich territorial community, the representative of the Association of Cities of Ukraine. I was happy when I saw that all of the ministries are here today. And I was thinking that I can really get the information which I hope to get. But, Victor, you are speaking about the projects. Which projects? What projects are we speaking about? Any project is millions of hryvnia. Any strategic project needs expertise. It needs to be introduced into the list. So the questions, the affected community, the projects which are affected, or the regions who are accepting people, will they have the perspective for the development, or the industrial park which we have today? And unfortunately, we have only talks about industrial parks. So could you be a bit more precise, specific? Because when we develop the project, we are accused that we introduce the money, but there is no perspective to implement the project. Because even the regional program which we used to have was cancelled, and not a single penny came to us. I'm the representative of the community which lives close to the nuclear power plant. Okay, so please ask the question instantly. Okay. So we have 300 kilometers of exclusion zone for the iodide potassium. How can we buy iodide potassium? And all the money was taken. Where was it taken? To the army? Or maybe not. So we are not waiting for the resurrection. So, Alexandra, the question is to you. You always get used that our line ministry is the ministry which understands us, as the father understands his child. And in your speech, you spoke about decentralization, but 3 positions were foreseeing centralization. Taxation, centralization of finances, and political control. On the one hand, you are speaking about the regions which were liberated will be decentralized, but today the presidential decree about the Netyshin city, where we have NPP, there they introduced the military administration. What's the necessity, and what is it connected with? And as for the income tax, the system in the state is that we get the reason to speculate for anyone, because the local self-government should work within the local legislation. If the cities earned income tax, then it means that the regional and the state budget earns a lot. So, where do we live now? In which state do we live? I'm the representative of the community where we don't have the military, but still I'm happy that the cities which have military use the income tax. As for the income tax, we need to have the third option, because it is in fact the tax when in fact the person should pay for that in the region where he or she lives. So the authority thinks that the one who distributes the money that manages the state, not the one who creates the value added. So please be grounded and understand the simple truth. The one who gives the income to the local budgets needs to develop. So we don't have the Ministry of Economy, and I think that there won't be Ministry of Finance here. Still, if we don't prepare for the war, when we don't construct, we don't prepare for the war. So what we mean here, it's really bad. I'd like all the ministries, both yours and ours, to say that we need to construct. But what? We have Decree 590, which regulates what can be paid, what not. Everything is in your hands. You don't solve any of the issues. So to finalize, it is in your own hands today. Let us not wait for tomorrow. So the issues which were raised by the association should be solved today. As for the income tax and other issues should be solved professionally at the state level, and then all the communities will work for the victory. Thank you. I do hope I did not offend you. Thank you. I am not offended, of course. But it's not that simple to answer for everyone, which is beyond my competencies. Lots of people joke about PEPs, so I'll be very cautious choosing the words answering your proposals. If we speak about the income tax, as for the income tax, you heard the position, and it is first of all about the understanding that we have the problem in the system. Yes, this is my position. I'm not expressing it as a deputy, because as a deputy I must have certain substantiations and modeling, and we're working on that, but as we can see, there is the issue, and it is much more systematic than a certain case connected with the military income tax, because what we have the military income tax showed our numerous problems, but the problem is deeper. This is the first point. Secondly, when you're speaking about Natitian city, unfortunately I don't know about details about that, what are the reasons and so on, but we still need to understand that this is the first measure which was presented at the slide. It was about that. We need to get the understanding. Unfortunately, the microphone is not used. The initiatives need to concern the recovery of state authorities, and of course this is the broad question. So I already emphasized it will be complicated, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't solve it. We should be ready for the complicated discussions and questions, and very often we have lots of questions within it. Then, if we speak about the proposals of decentralization, you saw the framework. So please, together with the representatives of associations, provide the proposals, and then we will be trying to introduce them as well. But you need to understand, and I already warned about that, that we cannot take all 100 of this map to automatically introduce into the Ukraine plan. This is not the approach which our partners are asking us about. So again, the discussion which you mentioned is broad, but here we are speaking about the focus. When we speak about the issues, it's sad that you interpreted the slide in this way. It is not like that. When we speak about tax decentralization, vice versa, this is not centralization, vice versa, it's the opposite. When we decentralized something, it has to work as transparently and accountably as possible, and yes, that is why we will promote the issue of digitalization, we will promote the issue of accountability, and the communities need to invest as much as possible to prevent corruption, and the policies of integrity, what our partners say integrity is, it will become your protection, your perfect protection to go on with your work in the format how we'd like it to be. So really it will be the undoubtful priority for all of us, and this what complies with the principles of the European Union and the principles in the Ukraine facility. So thank you so much for your questions. I would really love to go on working within those consultations. This is the first approach, and yes, we'll have representatives of other ministries who will delve deeper into other sectors. My framework is vast as for, in fact, justice. But at the regional meetings, I'd like to see the representatives of associations close to me who will express their proposals as well. So take this event as the governmental presentation. Then we will work in the inclusion way. Can I comment? Yes, but we have more questions. There was an important point about the projects. In fact, DREAM starts not when you have already the project with the budget documentation and with all the bureaucracy. It starts when you have the project idea. If you decided at the level of the community that you need to implement something to provide this or that function or to solve this or that issue, then you can already work with the DREAM system through the functions of the DREAM system, which is now under development, and we took into consideration the feedback of the communities. You will be able to structure the request for assistance if you lack resources to provide the, for instance, the project not to get to the state budget only, but to all of the international partners who provide technical assistance. For instance, your LEAD program provides help with the development of the certain budget documentation for the projects from 300,000 to 10 million euro. And if you need such a project, then in fact you'll be able to communicate that through DREAM system. Another part is when you have all the ready documentation, you're ready for the implementation. This project is the part of your strategy, and definitely you have the understanding that it's needed for the community, and the budget money did not fund your project. Unfortunately, through DREAM you can fund it and involve the money of the international partners to implement it. Vice versa, this is the instrument which gives you all the opportunities to promote your ideas. No one limits you what should be done there. Of course, there was the point that if the project is not the part of recovery plan, then why can't you introduce it into the strategy? You can, in fact, and you can initiate any project there. It will be an important criterion for prioritization and the donors in the decision-making process. Because if your project is not part of the strategic plan of the community, then why do we need it? Maybe you need to reconsider the strategy. So again, this is the tool for you to communicate for the whole world and all the projects of technical assistance to shape the requests and to involve the money for your development. Victor, just a moment. First of all, thank you for the advertisement of the initiative. That is valuable. But the question which we heard, whether you'll provide support in the preparation of investment profiles, which you mentioned, profiles of the communities in DREAM system. Do you plan this support? The system is new. It needs explanation and information. Can you answer in a nutshell? Yes, the DREAM Academy block, which we mentioned, is being shaped, and we already provide this assistance to 157 communities which are working. We'll have trainings, we'll have examples, we'll have trainings for trainers, the partnership network in the regions. We are emphasizing on the support of the users. So from the perspective of the communication of the people who are working with the DREAM system and the implementation team, I've already mentioned that at the previous event, we have now a Telegram channel with each of the communities individually. We have the common chat where each community can pose a question when everyone is there, and if they are ashamed to do that, then you can do that individually, separately. We also have the experts on the client's work, and we consider our communities to be clients, not just state institutions. So as for the internal policies, we have foreseen that during 20 minutes, our manager is obliged to give you the response, to document your question if he or she cannot quickly solve it. If it's a bit more complicated, it can take up to an hour. If it needs technical development, more or less a week. We have lots of communities who are coming back to us with the feedback. Are you definitely the state system? You're answering too quickly, they say. So we are working with 157 communities so far. After the full launch, we'll have the increase of the workload. I do hope we will not lose the quality, and we'll work on that because our task is to help the communities. Thank you, Victor. We have the question from the audience, please. Even two. Good day. Today I have a jackpot. because I'm the representative of Khmelnytsky region as well as Vasil, but he is from city community, I'm from the village community. So my jackpot is that the village community now has the opportunity to pose questions and to speak about their issues. Though, of course, we'd like to make it individually, to involve you in some events and measures while planning. And secondly, thank you. I understood your position about the administering of taxes. This is the second issue which is painful for me as well, and since 2021 I was discussing that with our MPs, that it is necessary, because we are the newly created community. So what was done before by the administrations, the contracts, in fact, now does not give us an opportunity to rationally use the resource of the community, which can be useful today for the development. Third point. Thank you again that you mentioned in your plan that the settlement and village communities don't have the opportunity to involve investments. They don't have the opportunity even to have the bonds, which would be sold through the entrepreneurs on the territory of the community. We also have huge perspectives. We have Green Energy Park, a huge one, the powerful one, and thank you that you gave us such an opportunity. There was your assistant or advisor there. Sorry, what's the question? Okay. Then the question. As I'm the representative of the village community, we have 55 settlements, 25.5 thousand of population, and 70% is the rural population. So, question number one. If we preach the European approaches, and if we look at their development of rural areas, they have small farmerships, and if we even look at the Google map, they have small land plots. We have big ones, massive ones, holdings, and so on. So if we don't develop the rural area, what is the significance of rural area in our Ukraine plan? Do we speak about speedy urbanization, when the older people die and the young people live for the city, or we still develop the rural area, and we need to give the opportunity to simplify the procedure of the cooperatives, because people are afraid to register, they're afraid to enter, because they were deceived already. This was the question. Or we develop the rural area like the Europeans do, or we urbanize that. Then we need funding for the construction of multi-storied building, the future, yes.
In fact, for us, as for the country, we were very happy to get invited to the EU, because without the development of rural areas and sustainable development of them, we wouldn't be able to become a member of the EU. So we are working on starting developing rural areas. Frankly speaking, we are not experienced in this regard, but we will have to develop and implement these policies, but we will do that according to the EU models. So the answer will be yes, we will do that the same way as we do within the framework of our EU membership paths. Yes, and if we are talking about Dmitro, you will comment from your side. If we would look at this from the Ukraine plan, we will also have an opportunity to work on sectors. And to answer into your question very briefly, I'd like to say that the difference between changes in the state regional development strategy and the strategy we have right now is actually the introduction of a territorial approach. And one of the functional types of them are the territories with the development or special conditions of the development. Rural areas will fall under them. We invite territorial communities to cooperate when we are going to work on respective tools. With your experience and with the experience of our international partners, we will be able to develop the tools which will allow us to make Ukrainian village develop in the way it should develop. Dear colleagues, we should follow up because we have to proceed to a coffee break. We have time for 2-3 questions only. The colleague from the middle, please. Good afternoon. I represent Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, Ilanivska Tutorial Community, and All Ukrainian Association of Communities. As to the taxation of natural persons, in our community we didn't have one. We had only from the penitentiary service, and this is a village with 800 inhabitants, with a school, kindergarten, and ambulance. Now this income tax can be withdrawn from our community. So the military income tax should be left with us, because otherwise our kindergarten, ambulance, and school will not survive. Also, as regards to other financing which is going through the finance, for example, military unit, for example, in Dnipro and other cities, they receive this income tax from all the military they have in their community. But in our community, more than 400 people are now protecting the country. And if we or you will consider the question as to the income tax which should be paid by the place of a registered residence, then we would have that income tax allocated to our territorial community too. Colleagues, so I call you. We are talking about that from 2021. How much time do you need to do that? Ask the audience. We are all ready to recover the village. Let's ask the village how they want to get it recovered. In Kyiv, in Dnipro, you won't see how the village can be recovered. You should ask that in the field, in the village. DREAM is a very good tool which should be used, which should be developed. We shouldn't spend a lot of money on the projects and to convince that yes, it is important to invest here and there. DREAM will show us all what we need. It is important to use it. And coming back to the priority number one, the top priority. Yesterday, it was very loud. Russians attacked our airports, and we want only one thing. Our educational process is ongoing. First we had COVID, now we have a war. How our children will develop? And your proposal to the plan? Yes, the proposal number one is a security component. We cannot create old type buildings, for example, some warehouses or something like that. We should think about security. The country managed healthcare and education for 25 years, and we couldn't improve it. We had to improve it in difficult conditions. So security component for healthcare and education is top priority, but local communities, local councils, village councils will not be able to do that because they are out of funds for that. We should create some typical projects for schools, for example, for 250 pupils, and let's implement them with whoever or anyone. We will be ready to do that. We all will support that. Thank you very much for that, Alexandra. First of all, as to the security component 100%, we include that into the basis of our program. We have started from the security because we understand that the enemy will not disappear tomorrow. As to the typical projects, here we made some efforts already, and actually it was made by the European Investment Bank already. Pashenko architectural studio The projects will be published on Dream, and part of them were already assessed according to the state norms, and some norms we have changed already, so they will have to be reassessed. But in any case, some typical projects were already developed, and it will be possible to utilize them in investment projects. We also cooperate with and negotiate with Lithuania. We have provided what we already have, and they will adapt some options to our needs. US8 will create typical projects for safety centers and for bomb shelters in schools and kindergartens. Thank you. That works already. Yes, thank you. Volodymyr, unfortunately, we had another hand. Mr. Branyuk, over to you. I know that you have a mic, but please pass it over. Good morning, Mr. Abramyuk, Deputy Executive Director from Ukrainian Association of Communities. Thank you, Alexander, for mentioning that it is important to do something with rural area development policy, because we don't have any, but it should be a component of a common EU agricultural policy. So potential rural area development strategy, which we might have in the future, should take into account this component as well. Unfortunately, we don't see it now. We only see agricultural policy, and that's not always about rural area development. But what will be my question? Can we test or pilot some tools which the EU has before we become a member of the EU? Because they are very complicated, and we have to try them out before we will have to implement them in full. As to the income tax, this income tax issue is already mentioned in the strategy of the Association of Territorial Communities, and we are pro the position that the income tax should be allocated at the level of the places of registration. I would like to repeat, but I will say it again. We are going to have soon a resolution which will define one of the functional types of the territories. These are the territories with special development conditions, and on the basis of rural territories, we are going to create a common working group, and we will invite the Minister of Agricultural Policy, and we will develop common tools, and you will communicate them from among your to your members. That will be a very good way to cooperate to develop special types of them. We will invite all the interested to discuss that, but this month is already full of any events. Please give us 2 or 3 weeks before we will proceed with this issue. Ministry Economy from 2007 have been preparing the document on strategic planning and forecasting. It wasn't approved. Maybe it is important to have some framework law which will outline some state level structure, because as of the moment we have only the state regional development strategy. Now we are working within the framework of the formal working group on the law on recovery, and one of the blocks there is the block on document planning. And so we believe that this law will definitely relate to green system. It should be legalized because now it works on the CMU resolutions, but to roll out it large scale, we have to include it into the law and to create a legislative basis for it. But there we want to introduce this document planning element. We have agreed that till the end of October our working group will work on the preliminary document, and then we will get into the consultations to involve everyone interested. But as to the elaborations, so all the issues which were developed by Mr. Kalushko, they are already there. Yes, I see much more hands, but colleagues, we had to follow up 10 minutes ago. We will have last one question, and then we will proceed to a coffee break. Good afternoon. Roman Dmitriev, I represent Kyiv Oblast. So today, our platform started very nicely when it was recognized that local communities contributed a lot during the beginning of full-scale invasion. Now I'd like to refer to the ministry, but first of all, I'd like to thank to all the local government authorities for all their work which they did and they continue doing. So I'd like to have a feedback, and yes, recognition is important, acknowledgement is important, but as of now, we see that there is a wall. You are imposing on us some issues. So association has referred to you with the income tax and you haven't heard us. You did what you did and it's in the contrary of our position. So if we haven't worked with you like we used to work, we wouldn't have the results we received. In our work, we usually set deadlines, and if we do not meet them, we treat our work as failed one. So we invite you to set deadlines for you. As to the taxation issue, we are talking about that and talking about that one again. Let's agree that we should deal with that issue within half a year or 1 year time span, and that will be a marker for us that we will have to reach some decision there. Also, another issue, local communities cannot take credits. That issue was already put on the table and discussed, but again it was suspended. So in order to move forward, we have to set deadlines. I like Dream very much. I like this system. This is one of the systems which may help to eliminate the corruption at all the levels. But it is important also to see some deadline when the system will be rolled out in whole country. Thank you. I will provide a very brief answer. We have 3 branches of power. Please do not mix them up. So as to the deadlines, that should be something binding for all of us, and that's complicated. If you're talking about the DREAM system, everything is simple here. We have a deadline till the end of the year. The system was already updated for a few times, and I can tell you that till the end of the year, according to the plans of actions of the government, it should be implemented. And as to the third point, yes, it also should be our common work of all the branches of power. I invite everyone to unite our efforts to implement systematic reforms, and we are going to work on that. This is our huge priority. But as to the military issues, I've mentioned already that this is in yes, 15 seconds comment. As to the deadline, the 1st January, yes, it will be ready for the implementation. Yes, we will have some components to be developed further, but again, we have to get this law voted in the parliament. But the communities which like to work with the system, they will have no limitations starting from the 1st of November. But to make it massive, we should have it in the law. Good afternoon, Donetsk regional branch of the Cities Association of Ukraine. Unfortunately, our mayors couldn't come, but we have the following question. There was an effective tool, which is industry parks. So there were a lot of communities who developed the concepts of industrial parks, but unfortunately now we got stuck in a long exchange of correspondence on Pokrovska Hromada, right? Pokrovska, Novohorodivska, and other communities. And in Slavyansk, we also have industrial park project, but they are waiting for that, and they are waiting for Pokrovska to be registered and then to register others. Can we organize some round table to adjust everything and to correct all the mistakes? Because we are in exchanging the correspondence for a year already. Yes, we know about that issue. We talked with the Ministry of Economy just yesterday, and I think I will also support this idea of a common meeting. We will be ready to support your colleague. Thank you very much for your questions, for being active. Sorry for not sticking to the agenda, but You see, we had much more questions at the end of the discussion time. Maybe you missed something from the slide, maybe you missed something from the information we have provided. I checked, we didn't have proposals, but you have an opportunity to do that now during the coffee break. Thank you very much for the discussion and see you soon.
So you have a home to come back to. I am here for you to love. I am here to build kindergartens, new schools, hospitals. I'm building a lot of roads. And I'm building one road, the road to victory.
I'm here. And when I'm asked what I'm doing here in Ukraine, I answer, we built Ukraine. We are all here.
Vi alle her.
Me olemme kõik siin.
Jesteśmy już wszyscy.
Me olemme kaikki täällä.
Vi är här allesammans.
Estamos todos aquí.
Vi sind alle da.
Siamo tutti qui.
Všichni jsme tady.
We build Ukraine.
Я пам'ятаю той день. Я пам'ятаю кожен день. Я пам'ятаю страх і ненависть. Я пам'ятаю мрію. Я пам'ятаю Харків, Чернігів, Дніпро, Маріуполь, Каховку. Я пам'ятаю слова.
Всі ми тут.
І тому я тут, сьогодні. Я тут будую мир серед війни. Я тут, аби ти повертався додому. І тобі було куди повертатися. садочки, школи, лікарні. Я будую багато доріг. І я будую одну дорогу. Дорогу до перемоги.
I'm here. And when I'm asked what I'm doing here in Ukraine, I answer, we built Ukraine. We are all here.
Nous tous sommes là.
Vi alle her.
そして皆ここに来ます。
Me oleme kõik siin.
Jesteśmy już wszyscy.
Me olemme kaikki täällä.
Vi er her alle sammen.
Estamos todos aquí.
Wir sind alle da.
Siamo tutti qui. Všichni jsme tady.
We build Ukraine.
I. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
I remember each day. I remember fear and hatred. I remember the Mriya. I remember Kharkiv, Chernihiv, Dnipro, Mariupol, Kakhovka. I remember the words. Всі ми тут. And that's why I'm here today. I am here, building peace amidst the war. I'm here for you to come back. So you have a home to come back to. I'm here for you to love. I'm here to build kindergartens, new schools, hospitals. I'm building a lot of roads. And I'm building one road, the road to victory.
I'm here. And when I'm asked what I'm doing here in Ukraine, I answer, we built Ukraine. We are all here.
Nous tous sommes là.
Vi alle her.
そして皆ここに来ます。
Me oleme kõik siin.
Jesteśmy już wszyscy.
Me olemme kaikki täällä.
Vi er her alle sammen.
Estamos todos aquí.
Wir sind alle da.
Siamo tutti qui. Všichni jsme tady.
We build Ukraine. Я пам'ятаю той день. Я пам'ятаю кожен день. Я пам'ятаю страх і ненависть. Я пам'ятаю мрію. Я пам'ятаю Харків, Чернігів, Дніпро, Маріуполь. Каховку. Я пам'ятаю слова.
Всі ми тут.
І тому я тут, сьогодні. Я тут. Будую мир серед війни. Я тут, аби ти повертався додому. І тобі було куди повертатися. Я тут, аби ти любив. Я тут, щоб будувати нові садочки, школи, лікарні. Я будую багато доріг. І я будую одну дорогу. Дорогу до перемоги.
I'm here. And when I'm asked what I'm doing here in Ukraine, I answer, we built Ukraine. We are all here.
Nous tous sommes là.
Vi er alle her.
そして皆ここに来ます
Me oleme kõik siin.
Jesteśmy już wszyscy
Me olemme kaikki täällä.
Vi er her alle sammen.
Estamos todos aquí
Vi sind alle da.
Siamo tutti qui. Všichni jsme tady.
We build Ukraine.
Again, my name is Vasil Babic. I am the expert of Lehký Business, Easy Business CSO, and the Center of Economic Recovery. I was happy to meet you while preparing other plans and strategies of the national economy and the strategy of borrowlessness. And now we are beginning the panel discussion on human capital. I give the floor now and I invite them to the stage. The speakers, please take your seats. And in a minute, we shall start. So, today we are joined by, at the panel of Human Capital, Natalia Kozlovska, Deputy Minister, Ministry for Communities, Territories and Infrastructure Development of Ukraine, Yevhen Kudryavets, First Deputy Minister, Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine. We can also see Tatiana Kalita, Deputy Minister for Digital Development, Digital Transformations and Digitalization. Tatiana represents the Ministry of Veterans Affairs of Ukraine. And also we have Serhiy Uborov. Serhiy, hello. Serhiy is head of the Medical Staff Education and Science Department of Ministry of Health of Ukraine. And we will be joined just in several minutes by Daria Marchak, First Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Social Policy of Ukraine. And also, online we'll be joined by the Ministry of Economy, Andriy Duma, Head of Department on Professional Education and Development Issues of the Department of Labor and Employment. So this is the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine. Dear colleagues, we are working with you for an hour and a half very actively. The discussion will take place in two parts. First, I offer to listen to our reporters with the topics of the recovery plan on the spheres which the ministries are responsible for. After that, we would like to listen to you, to your feedback on what you hear, on the presentations, on, in fact, the spheres of human capital which we discussed today. So we would like at least 20 to 30 minutes spent with that. And also we are having the live broadcast in YouTube of this event. Some of the participants from the regions, the local self-government authorities and executive branch have joined us online. Please pose your questions, I'll be given them, and then we will mention them and work with them. Dear colleagues, let us start. A couple of introduction remarks. What human capital is for us and why it is important. Without delving deeper into details, we need to remember about at least three basic aspects. Human capital of Ukraine includes at least three principles: education, healthcare, social component, social sphere, and also we need to take into consideration the following component, that is the economic one. The labor market, the productivity of the population. But we need to consider that without our people, without the investments into the education and healthcare and social component, without considering the issues of equality and the human rights of women and men, a huge challenge is the veterans, more than 1 million of people who are now in the defense and security sector. And also the issue of the recovery of the ruined infrastructure, damaged schools and kindergartens, healthcare facilities. Without that, any plan of recovery obviously doesn't have any sense. And the human-centered approach should be in the principles of all of our discussions, including the plans of the public policy. So I'd like now to give the floor to Natalia Kozlovska. We are beginning with the aspects which the Ministry of Recovery and Ministry of Regions is considering important in the context of Ukraine Facility 2024-2027. One of the aspects which we have seen was the accommodation policy. So Natalia, housing policy. Natalia, please, the floor is yours. Thank you, colleagues. I hope you hear me. Hello, everyone. And I hope that today's panel discussion will be rather informative for you. We will try to inform you in a nutshell about the work which is done by each of the ministries in each of the spheres. I will tell about two key works which we are actively doing with as for the housing policy. One of them is strategic, the other one is practical. So I do hope that it will get response from the audience and will be able to discuss after the report. We'll be able to answer the questions which worry you. So first, the strategic work which we are doing and which is meant for the plan of recovery of Ukraine, that is the development of the new housing legislation. As for this work, at different stages, there have been involved different political groups, and understanding how socially important this issue is, it did not find any resonance among the parliament. So the above-mentioned amendments to the legislation were not adopted. So we tried to involve in this sphere our good partners. At this stage there are three of them: the Office of the Council of Europe, the European Economic Commission and the Norwegian Refugee Council, who help us to form the vision which will be reflected in the new legislation, which will replace the acting housing code. Let me remind you that now we are living by the housing code, as I like to say, of 1984, year of birth. If you looked through the pages of this document, you saw that it's written the words "for the good of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and Ukrainian Soviet Republic," and so on. Those approaches really need to be changed, but we are not only speaking about the political manner and character, but we also speak about social nature issues which need to answer the questions which are worrying the people. So, since the moment of gaining of independence, the housing issues are regulated by different laws. It's not only to provide accommodation, it's also the management of the residential fund. And the legislation is rather numerous in this case and even contradicts each other. So we will try to unite the approaches and to take the best practices of the European Union and to add the issues which unfortunately emerged in Ukraine when the number of IDPs increased, which will be reflected in the above-mentioned law. Let me add a couple of slides and let me show you the figures, what we have as of now, and what's our entry point, what's in the basics of the developed law draft. We foresee that it will have the name about the principles of housing policy and will take into account the main aspects which will allow the people have an understanding how the housing policy is developed, and separately will have the issue of management of residential fund. Those are the issues which we see every day, because we are all living in the apartments or houses, so we understand how all of that should be settled. What do we have as of today, and why do we speak about the housing code, which is a kind of cross-cutting thing? So as of 2020, according to the data of the local self-governance and the central executive branch authorities, at the apartment counting, the people who need improvement of housing conditions, that is the free provision of accommodation, there were more than 560,000 citizens. So you do understand how many that is, how complicated the situation is, and how big it is. Which social groups we are speaking about? What are those people? First of all, we need to solve, what do we need to solve with the new housing code? First of all, from 6 to 8,000 million of IDPs, more than 2.5 million citizens whose housing was damaged or ruined. We have approximately 1 million of military, 1 million of veterans of war and their family members, and we understand that approximately 7 million other citizens with a low level of income. What does the acting constitution tells us about Article 47? The state should create the conditions according to which every citizen will have the opportunity to construct the housing or to buy it. So, the acting constitution does not provide the accommodation for free or to rent it, so we need to work in two spheres to foresee the formation of the fund of housing of social significance and to provide the understanding what social rent is and to make in order the acting rent. Because we do understand that the rent market exists in Ukraine, but it's a bit beyond of the legal field because it is totally not regulated. Its activity is totally chaotic. What is the level of income? What can it be accounted for? And this is the statistical data which we have as of today. I will unfortunately begin with the very high percentage. 1/3 of our citizens have the medium level of income from 9 to 15,000 hryvnia per month. More than 42%, that is 15 to 24,000. 24 to 33,000 hryvnia is 18%, and only 8.5% of citizens have the monthly income of more than 33,000. So we understand that the category of the people who will need either the discounts for the rent or accessibility for the loans or other mechanisms on social accommodation is very high, and the local self-governance authorities and the state will have someone to work on and with. What could be the restricting factors in the implementation of that? First of all, migration of the population, both internal and external. But we understand to provide the tool for the people and to involve the socially active people to work on the territory of Ukraine, it will be necessary to launch such mechanisms. For instance, when they lose their job, we can also see that this sphere can be a restricting factor as of how the citizens think on solving their own accommodation issue. Consequences of war. We are now discussing the recovery plan, and the consequences of war need to shape among the local self-governance authorities the vision how these or those settlements will be recovered and how we'll create job places to bring people back to the settlements whose accommodation is damaged or ruined, including the balance enterprise according to which the settlement existed. Occupation and deoccupation, and this is also the very complicated issue because this is what's complicated to consider for the local self-governance authorities. And so, if the objects were totally demolished. Unfortunately, the number of damaged or ruined objects is increasing, and the speed of their reconstruction, unfortunately, is much higher, then it will slow down the solution of this issue. For whom? Who is the target audience where the amendments of legislation work? First of all, internally displaced people. The people whose accommodation is demolished or ruined, and in the second part of my speech I will tell about the mechanisms of compensation which act and which results we have here. We understand that IDPs from deoccupied territories will be able to get compensation and to reconstruct their accommodation. IDPs from the occupied territories whose accommodation is ruined will also be able to get such compensation, but the people whose accommodation is damaged and who left the occupied territories will need more detailed approach, because we'll need first to understand how we can provide any help. The veterans of war and the family members, we understand that to solve the accommodation issue of such people, including the military, will be done in two ways. Either we provide them with social accommodation. For the acting military, they will need to expand the mechanism of the service accommodation and to ban its privatization, because this issue exists for a long time, but still, altogether, having the mechanism of the privatization of such accommodation, this fund is still not formed in any central executive authority about any category of the military, and this issue will need to be solved to provide an opportunity and to provide the principles which exist in the EU and NATO countries to shape this stable fund of social accommodation for the military to understand that they will have the roof over their head and that their families will have the place to stay. So this is the form of social accommodation not only for the military but for other categories of population, which will give the opportunity for the local self-governance authorities to develop both the educational and healthcare sphere, because mostly such categories of experts are lacking on the territories of settlements. And then we need to provide such a fund and provide the development in the spheres needed for the local self-governance authorities and the citizens with the low level of income. This is the transition from the free privatization to the help and assistance to the people with a low level of income when they pay the rent. We consider this mechanism can be rather well developed, and it's not definitely the construction of social accommodation by the local self-governance authorities. This is the formation of the philosophy of business, of the existence of such a category of accommodation to provide its social rent.
Ще раз. О.
Well, the categories I have mentioned already, they are now outlined on this slide, and you can see how can we create such a housing fund and what are the ways to develop it. This is not only the construction. Usually local authorities ask, how can we construct something, where we should get funds for construction. But I usually say then that they should create conditions at the territory of their settlement to involve businesses to public-private partnership with an instrument of co-payment of rentals for special groups of population which are in need of support. How are we going to proceed further? We have analyzed the experience of the EU countries, and we understand that it is absolutely diverse, and French experience is absolutely different from German experience in terms of housing policy. But in any case, this analysis will give us that we have to find a golden middle which will help us to formulate our vision as of the state on how the state or local self-governing authorities may help to the citizens in order to create transparent and understandable mechanism of functioning of such housing funds of social or business purpose, and to define categories of people regarding which the state takes the obligation to support them. That will allow to understand which powers will be foreseen at the level of state and which powers will be foreseen at the level of self-governing authorities in terms of providing such support to these categories of people. As to the IDPs, I will not demonstrate the second presentation I have. I will tell just in general what we do for the compensation of housing for destroyed housing. As you know, that just recently a law was adopted on compensation for damaged and destroyed property that will help us to support people who suffered from this situation. So starting from May, the proposed mechanism for compensation is already in force and working. So the compensations to people who have damaged or destroyed property is being provided. The compensation is provided to their credit cards, and they can use these funds to pay for construction materials or to pay for services on construction activities of respective companies. We see that this mechanism is working and people are recovering there and rebuilding and reconstructing their houses. So I would like to mention here the support of EBRD and TAPAS project, who support us in creating a digital platform on taking such decisions, and also this World Bank is helping to support this activity. The second direction which is going to work soon. This is a compensation for capital works, and the third mechanism is a compensation for the destroyed property. The compensation for destroyed property will be provided to people from the occupied and occupied territories. We have developed quite a difficult TOR which will help to identify for the local authorities that the property had this status of destroyed one without putting those who should inspect such property without putting their life under the threat. So if the fact is established, the person whose property was damaged can purchase a property on the occupied or liberated territories, and if the property was damaged, then it can be renovated or reconstructed on the occupied territories. Approximately 5,000 applications were already filed, and local self-governing authorities are considering this request. We expect that the next month we are going to have first certificates and first purchased apartments, and this mechanism will finally become fully operational. This is what we do in terms of preserving human capital. That was the first one as to the strategic issues, and the second one is related to the practical steps to make people return back home. That's briefly from me. Thank you very much. Only want to say that we have also a year Law program. We have people for whom we have to rebuild their properties, and there still are people who are ready to buy new ones. So, well, it was one of the aspects of human capital issue. Colleagues, I kindly ask you to note everything what you may have to ask about. We also have a QR code where it is possible to open a table and to indicate your proposals there, and after all the speeches of our speakers, we will collect the questions and open the discussion. Well, okay, I'd like to invite Daria Marchak to the floor. She is a deputy head of the Ministry of Social Policy of Ukraine. As we all know, in the Ukraine plan, we would expect to see some points related to the housing policy. But coming back to more global issues, Natalia has already mentioned IDPs. According to different numbers, there are from 5 to 8 millions of IDPs. There are Ukrainians who fled outside the country. From different statistics, it's from 3 million people and more. Many of them have returned, but we don't know exactly how many. Also, we have issues of veterans. It all impacts the country development and the development of economy. It brings us to the thinking about new demography policy and strategic policy. In this regard, what would you say about priorities for your ministry in terms of the development of the Ukraine plan? What are your priorities? What would you bring to the table for the discussion? Thank you very much. I'm very grateful for you for inviting me for this panel. It is very good to have such a section on human capital. It is for us, as for the Ministry of Social Policy, Human beings are the top of our priority. People are our priority. It is very inspiring for me how everything is formulated in the Ukraine plan in terms of challenges and problems which we as a country face and how should we react on them. So talking about human capital, it is one of key prerequisites for, and here of course we have a question. What was first, chicken or an egg? So the country, economy, recovery of economy, everything is interrelated. Recovery of economy is needed to make our life better, but without citizens, without quality of human capital, it will be impossible to recover the economy. So human capital is one of key components of this. Very often we talk about human capital in context of Ukrainian migrants abroad. This is of course one of our key priorities, to bring them back, but this is not the only one. Thanks God, we still have a lot of citizens who are staying in the country, but they are staying here and they are in a stressful environment. So we have to take care of 5 or 4.9 million IDPs who are officially registered IDPs. Of course, this is not the full statistics. These are people who became disabled, people civil, military, those who are in the process of rehabilitation, and from us, from the state, from the society, depends whether they will be able to return to their normal life or will be living a difficult and hard life. So it really depends on us. These are also all those children who are losing their parents even today, all those people who lost their source of income. Our society in general is under a huge stress. So talking about human capital, the key task for us is the return of all those citizens who have faced with different difficulties to normal, full social and economical life. This is our task number 1, to start recovering our human capital. The task number 2 is to return our citizens from abroad, but we cannot do that forcibly. We can only create conditions and inspire them to return. Thirdly, is the creation of comfortable life to everyone, to overcome all the risks we are talking about today. When the war will be over, what to do to avoid fleeing people abroad. We have to create preconditions for a comfortable life inside our country, and to do that we also have to deal with negative demographic trends. As Ministry of Social Policy, what are we going to do to tackle the challenges? We have number of key directions, and reform plan reflects them, but maybe in a different order. So the first one, our main focus is the focus on social services. Unfortunately, there is an overall understanding in the country and perception that social protection are the benefits. When we are talking about the social benefits, usually people think only about the benefits, but in fact, in the European countries, in international practice, social support is the support to citizens to overcome challenges and problems he or she faced and to return to a normal life. When the person has faced disability, benefits, especially if they are relatively low, they will not help to recover to normal life. It is important to provide social and psychological rehabilitation, to adapt the housing to the disability, to provide some training, to help to find new job, to ensure that the environment will be sustainable and will not have barriers which will prevent this person to reach the employment place. So I am talking here about returning the person to normal social life. That's why social services are the services which should target at this. The second point, the rehabilitation. We have a dramatic increase of any categories of people with different disabilities. The profile of these people changes mostly in prevailing. These are young men, and it is important to work on programs on rehabilitation. So we really should think about quality of prosthetics services and quality of services to return them to normal life. That will impact their further life, and that will in its turn impact the human capital in general. Third point, return our citizens to economic independence. In our opinion, it is important to ensure, especially from the side of the state, the level of income to the person comparing to one who can work and be economically active. We want to be all our citizens to be economically independent and successful. Ministry of Social Policy, with all its instruments and benefits, would be working on incentivizing and creating new opportunities for new employment. So we are going to work on creating incentives and mechanisms which will support this stream of activity. So looking at our goals within the framework of these tasks, they will be actually reflected in the Ukraine plan in Human Capital chapter in such a way. First one is an improvement of a rehabilitation system for people with disabilities. We have few shared tasks with the Ministry of Health. First of all, it's an improvement of quality of such services. Secondly, it's application of international classification. Third one is an implementation of electronic system which will contain the information on the needs of the person and will offer services automatically depending on identifying needs. Third, very important direction is improvement of system of social infrastructure and deinstitutionalization of care. Today, all people with disability, especially with the severe one, people with disability, among elderlies, we actually have two scenarios for them. In one scenario, a relative would take care of them. It will mean that the relative will not be able to work and will get the compensation from the state and will have to take care of the disabled person for all his or her time. In such a way, we will lose this person as a component of the society as well. We have another alternative for such case to put a person who is in need of care to some institution. It refers to the institutions for adults, for children, and in our opinion, as ministry at the government, that we shouldn't have institutions as such. They will be present in any case, but our institution should be in line with the EU requirements, and they should be family-like. Family-like care. Yes, I had to recall how it's called. So the task in this direction is implementation of the strategy of reforms, different internats, and the institutionalization of care for people with disabilities and elderlies. This step entails two steps. First one is transformation of establishments for children. These are two huge number of establishments, and the second component is creation of 210 house of supportive accommodation. So Ukraine plan includes as an obligation investment projects to create opportunities for family-like uprising and care. So talking about people with disabilities and children, we are also talking about caring services. These are services of supportive accommodation and taking care at homes, and the focus on supporting a person who lives at his or her home without the need of medical care and support. This person should stay at home and not to be placed to any of the institutions. Also, with this reform comes also an enhanced focus on improved social services. In this case, we are talking about some optimization of benefits instruments within the framework of social support, and also establishment of the tools with which the state would be able to support communities who should provide services, but they cannot do that as of the moment. We understand that 5 million of IDPs who have been displaced inside of the country, including a lot of young mothers with children, people with disabilities, elderlies, all these people do create quite a burden for the budgets of host communities in terms of services. Not all communities are able to pay for such services in necessary amounts. That's why we are focusing on development of tools on supporting communities to procure social services, and for the next year we have envisaged 1 billion hryvnias to purchase social services, specifically for these caring services for IDPs.
Finally, two more tasks which are now embedded is the development of the strategy of demographic development. We understand that the strategy itself will not solve all the issues, but it can definitely give you the detailed list of issues which we need to respond to, and the tools how these issues should be responded to from the perspective of the efficiency of those tools. And finally, the last point, substantial one in the project of the Ukraine PAN, is the pension reform. And the pension reform is also for us important from the perspective of demography. We do know that the external displacement, that mostly young people are leaving and the elderly are staying in the country. Hundreds of thousands of children have left. All of that creates potentially an impossible burden and deterioration of pressure onto the social budget. So the risks that the taxpayers, the number of taxpayers will be lower than it used to be, and the ones who get social payments and pensions, there will be more of them. That is why one of the important tools and tasks for us is strengthening of protection of the people who cannot today get their income because of poverty. And the pension system should guarantee the protection for our pensioners and the elderly from poverty. So that is why the pension reform foresees instantly several steps. We are having rather tender, or I would say soft, parameters into the Ukraine plan. That is just the development of the design of the pension reform. But in our opinion, the changes of the philosophy of pension system and the strengthening of the connection between the investments and how much the person gets as a pension, creation of the incentives to think about your future is still an important component which we as the society need to think about. Thank you, and I will be happy to answer your questions. Thank you, Daria. We also have a block of education and healthcare. the veterans, and we will also connect to the Ministry of Economy at the final stage, I guess, for the wrap-up. Yevhen, and again, we have vastly spoken about the social component of the human capital, but the education faces lots of challenges as well. They did not emerge yesterday or on 24th of February. We had them before. We had the COVID challenge and the transformation of education, the transition to the hybrid formats, to online, remote training. And now, according to the data of UNICEF, in the beginning of 2023, more than 5 million children did not have access to education or had obstacles or restrictions to access. More than 3 million, as the schools were closed, did not have direct access to the premises even. The war has substantially impacted the education sphere. How do you see the priorities, how does the ministry see the priorities in education from the perspective of the Ukraine plan, and taking into account the impact of war and Euro-integration way of ours? Thank you. Could you show my presentation as well, please? So, first of all, we thank you for the opportunity to share our parts of the Ukraine plan. That is a very big work which is now happening about that. I do agree with my colleagues that we have a separate part of human capital that is critically important for this plan to be wholesome. And from our behalf, we are working a lot with the Ministry of Social Policy and the Healthcare, the Ministry of Infrastructure, and then on the development of network, how it will look like, which skills should be developed with the Ministry of Economy. Those are comprehensive and wholesome issues. The war emphasized the importance of the person, the value of each and every person in our fight, and altogether in the life of the country. So the Ministry of Education developing this plan, developing its proposals for this plan, first of all, forming in the beginning the vision, how we should move on, we put in the center a person. We need to get away from the approach that the human being is a resource. We need to think how to develop a person, how to create necessary conditions. And in the context of recovery and the formation of the human capital, an important point will be that we need to provide conditions for all of the categories which were mentioned by my colleagues Darina and Natalia. The internally displaced persons, the people who are now abroad, especially those who are now abroad, the critically important issue is when they are coming back with their children, which kindergarten, which school they'll go to. If I lost my job, how I can find the new one, whether I'll be able to get a new profession. And before telling you about the details, it is so important because we understand that the defining element of success is still, as they say in English, in any case, in the end of the day, we'll be speaking what's my personal choice is. And for many people, their personal choice will be based upon the educational issue. What education I have for my child, what education I have for myself. Even having certain economic capacities, but still choosing the high-quality education or safer space. So in our context of proposed reforms, which we propose for the Ukraine plan and which we hope will be finalized soon, that is the development of safe and inclusive space for the in high-quality education. We can construct really wonderful educational institutions, but security is priority number one. Those are not only bomb shelters. Security means psychological security as well. both in the contents and in the processes, and what is happening with the academic process, how the teachers react, and so on. That is the transformation of the professional education. The professional education should be a very quick and flexible tool for requalification, for the opportunity to earn money for yourself. It should be integrated into the economic space. There should be opportunities for the public-private partnership. There should be opportunities for the children to study from different regions. So high-quality dormitories, high-quality content, and so on. On the other hand, we have the issue of the smallest, and the ones when we have many children we bear responsibility for as the ministry, but there are the smallest, who are from 0 to 7 years old. That is preschool education, who unfortunately during the last 30 years were not enjoying much of attention. Early years, so-called early development, and the early childhood were not in the focus of the state policy. All of that was done either by parents or by the local authorities. By the initiative of the president and the government, the preschool education is a separate priority for the Ministry of Education, together with our international partners, UNICEF, UNESCO, and World. We are creating lots of new strategies. What will happen with the preschool education and what is its framework? Why do we have that attention? Because out of the two aspects, it's obvious that the investments into the early development means multiplying effect in the grown-up life. According to the researchers of the World Bank and according to the researchers of international experts, the scholars of all over the world, every dollar invested from 0 to 3 years old is transformed into $10,000 of additional GDP in 18 years. So if we invest this dollar when a person is 5 years old, we almost lose 9 of 10. The preschool education that's what's it about. And secondly, it's the opportunity to recover economy, as both parents can be involved in the economic process. That is very important for the preschool education to be accessible, to have different forms of it, and the parents to have the opportunity to be part of economic space while recovering. Transformation of the professional education is embedded into the Ukraine part. Mostly I've already mentioned the main points. Separately, I'd like to drive your attention to the fact that the infrastructure of professional education will need not only the infrastructural component, but also the content changes. But the third important aspect is the creation of new conditions for cooperation of businesses and educational institutions. The business is interested in the creation of new professions, in the training of the new experts at the high level. That is why one of the points of the plan, taking into account that everyone present is interested in the Ukraine plan, you do understand that there is the plan of measures. As it is popular lately, in the wordings, they are the structural lighthouses. We'll have 98 points of those lighthouses in the plan of Ukraine, and one of them will be the adoption of the new law on professional education, which will create opportunities for you and us to speak about the just conditions and the provision of the market with the qualified staff with a high level of competitiveness. When we speak about the safe space, I would like to provide you with several important figures. As of today, 3,750 educational institutions were damaged or ruined by shelling and bombardments. 361 institutions was fully ruined. 3,389 were damaged. Some of them are at the occupied territories. And this is also part of the challenge which we'll need to work with. The war suspended the academic process of more than 5 million children. including preschool education. Approximately 4 million children are in the school education. And then we are speaking about the universities, but those are grown-ups, adults, and so we have a different situation. 5 million children got lots of educational losses. So just imagine the world in 2022 wanted to create the strategy how to recover after COVID, how to recover after the educational losses made by COVID. Today you may find dozens of countries who developed their approaches how they will recover for 5 years to come back to the level pre-COVID. Ukraine instantly went through the process of COVID to the war, and the children go on losing under different conditions. Some of them did not have access to education at all. Some of them had some of the breaks, or some of them were trained remotely. Some of them they were staying abroad. All of that impacts a child. What the priorities are and what we'll go on doing today, that is the implementation of the reform New Ukrainian School, which started in 2018, will adapt and integrate it to increase the quality of education and its efficiency, because this reform allows us to flexibly respond to the challenges of war. And we are going on implementing the standard, the state standard of the profile secondary education. Then we should shape the capable network where we need the educational institutions, where we need senior school or vice versa, and also we need to develop and implement the strategy on the catching up with the educational losses. And in the figures of my colleagues you saw how many people would need support, including their children. Separately, the implementation of the new approaches in the catering in the educational institutions will have the separate reform about that, and it's also a very important structural lighthouse. So concluding, additionally, several words about the preschool education. The new law will be adopted, which will allow the flexible network, the coverage of the children, not only from the kindergartens, but the kindergartens of family type, corporate type, different types, according to the European and world standards, will be implemented in Ukraine. And this is how preschool education will become more accessible and create opportunities to come back to the economy. I will not overwhelm you with the facts, but together with the partners we calculated how it impacts the economy when 100,000 children come back to the preschool institutions. It really influences in the perspective of even 2 or 3 years. So, the human capital, in a comprehensive way, is the foundation to implement all the rest of the plan. That's what we say with the Ministry of Social Policy. If we don't implement this part, all the rest of 90 points will never be implemented. In any case, we won't be able to provide the number of people who would be capable and competitive. This is the task of education, and we'll work on that. We are open for your questions in this sphere. Thank you. Thank you, Yevgen. Dear colleagues, do not forget, please prepare your questions and comments. We have 3 speakers left. I would ask you to spend not more than 6-7 minutes, because we need some time for the discussion and comments of our participants. So I'd like to give the floor to Serhiy Bohov, who is the representative of the Ministry of Healthcare of Ukraine. And dear colleagues, again, human capital. The whole government is responsible for this topic. Each ministry has its part and sub-part, which is responsible for these part of the plans and measures. My colleagues have already mentioned about the issue of social protection, the issue of rehabilitation. Serhiy, which priorities do you and your ministry see in the Ukraine plan? What would you like to share with us? Thank you as well for the invitation and for the opportunity to share our developments. We, as the Ministry, have offered our proposals to the plan, but as my competency is human capital, the staff resources, in the healthcare, I will focus on that more, because our block, in fact, is huge. We understand that social welfare of the population, of the residents of the communities, directly depend on the state of their health, on the quality of medical care and services. But the quality of medical care and services directly depend on the training of the medical staff. So that is why we are working on that a lot. How the medical profession should still be prestigious for the youth to be willing to enter to medical and pharmaceutical professions and to stay in their professions after their internship or diploma. Of course, the challenges are numerous. We can see that the economy is changing and all the crisis points, and the work of the medic is not always that rewarding. The responsibility is high, the profession is complicated, but the salary does not, and the conditions of work do not always correspond with the level of responsibility. To become a doctor, you need to study for so many years, at least 9 years, 6 in the university, then 3 years of internship, and then specializations and improvement of qualification, responsibility for the life of the patient, and so on. And besides that, we have the war, COVID before that. They introduced their own anxieties and problems. So what do we focus our attention on? First and foremost, maybe it may sound trite, but the remuneration, the salary, is one of the substantial factors. The Minister of Healthcare, Mr. Viktor Leshko, pays lots of attention to that. We have adopted the regulation which confirmed the minimal level of the salary for the medical employee and the increased level for those who are at the frontline areas. And you know, this factor was also very important, because besides the increase of the salary or the minimum level for doctors, but for other employees in the healthcare system, the nurses and other professionals who are working in the healthcare system but without the medical education, biologists, psychologists, and so on.
Also, it is very important for us also to ensure the quality of education, to be accepted, for our diplomas to be accepted abroad. So now we are conducting a comparative analysis on how our educational programs and curricula are corresponding to the curricula and programs abroad. We understand what are the challenges of labor migration. We understand that if our diplomas will be accepted abroad, then we will face another problem, but nevertheless we cannot prevent that. We have to create opportunities. So in such a case, we will have to think about other ways to incentivize people to work in Ukraine, to have their employment in Ukraine, also for the citizens of our countries. This is the world we are living in, and we have to take that into account too. So for the programs which are implemented for the funds of the state budget, it is important to make them not just symbolic to be implemented for the sake of the science, but to make them practical. In the context of the education, we pay a lot of attention to the quality of educational programs, and at the level of our medical programs, we also have implemented a monitoring system which will help to assess if the Respective specialists were prepared according to the needs and expectations of the institutions and the establishment they've been preparing for. Also for nurses and doctors, we are working on university hospitals where we will implement the best practices and where we will concentrate the best experts, and these establishments will be the basis for interns and future doctors and for the residents, doctor residents too. Sorry. Maybe just don't list all of them, only the priority ones, because we still have a Q&A session. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, the presentations are available online for everyone. People can read them via the QR codes, so you can just shorten your speech. Okay, good. I will save some time. Moving forward, we are implementing the system of lifelong education and permanent professionalization. We are now extending the system to all healthcare workers, nurses, pharmacists. They all have to get their qualification enhanced every year to preserve their professional form. As to the serious challenges, we have to think about demand side, because the structure of services provision has changed, and we have to adequately identify the needs and demand in local and Ukrainian global level for short-term and long-term and mid-term, of course, perspective. So together with the colleagues from Minister of Economy and from Minister of Health, we have to think how can we change our approaches, because that entails a lot of other processes. We also need to establish new processes on normative load for workers, which also has a very important meaning. And one more important issue, we now creating the register of human resources. It will be a very powerful tool to manage human resources and to forecast the demand. So all of those working in healthcare system will be put into the system. So all the information starting from the graduation of the university and throughout all the establishments and places of work, it will be reflected all there. It will help to manage human resources in general. We also are now working on creation of a register of respective human resources on recently deoccupied territories. Now it's been piloting, and once liberated or deoccupied the territories like Crimea or in Luhansk Oblast, it will be possible to go and work there using this resource. There is one more important aspect we are working on. There is a draft resolution in the Cabinet of Ministers on development of professional self-governing authorities, so the representatives of professions will be able to take some specific decisions related to professional and ethical standards on their own. We expect that soon this initiative will be passed to the parliament and will be voted there too. Why do we do that? We do that to have powerful and ready medical human resources which will serve for the benefit of the society and the country in general. So the healthy nation is competitive and capacitated. It will help to fight for our future. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Sergei. We have two more speakers. Pani Tatiana, regarding veterans, and Andrei Duma, he's online. He will also comment from the side of Ministry of Economy on development of human capital. So over to you, Tatiana, your feedback regarding everything what you've heard, because your perspective is very important too. Work with veterans is very important. We already have more than 1 million people working in defense sector. It is important to understand how we are going to work with people who are returning from the front line, how we can support them psychologically, financially, and in any other matters. Good afternoon. Thank you. It's a very comprehensive and large-scale issue, starting from the full-fledged invasion. We were not ready to all those numbers and to acceptance of the situation in general. So the situation is quite complex, and everything what colleagues mentioned already doesn't cover the essence of the problem, because we should look not only at the level of the central government, we also should take into account the regional dimension. So veterans, family members of veterans, family members of fallen, these are all human beings. So human capital is actually a component of what we are going to talk further. So we have international experience of other countries, different methodologies, but it all relates to the path of the person from the military life to a civil life. So the task for the Ministry of Defense is to change the format of work in order to take this path. So I will have a very brief video now. Can you please turn it on? So the component of this transfer from the military to civil life, which was already formulated, highlighted attention on the issue that there should be some stages for the military. So there may be different reasons why the military can be transferred from military to civil life, but in any case, this military may have some fear that the life will be different, I will not know what to do, but in any case, they should be provided with the information what they're going to do next. This lack of certainty created the need to understand how it is possible to orient. So we have to watch now a video, what is the transfer from military to civil life. In any case, if we'll not be able to turn it on now, you will be able to watch it later. Now on this slide, you will see the same information, but in a graphical form. What are the components? What is the mission? What is the vision? All this was formulated into a single concept of transfer from military service to civil life till 2032. Now it's being piloting. Legally, it's quite a complicated process. We understand that one issue is to create legal grounds for specific categories. From the other side, it is important to think about its implementation. So the mechanism of practical implementation which we have faced became a challenge to us because from analytics we have to move forward to specific steps. At this slide you see two QR codes to statistical data and to electronic services. As to the statistical data, you will be able to choose the necessary statistical data for veterans and for family members of veterans, family members of fallen, and other categories. You can also see the spheres of the activities, the engagement into business, and other elements, because it's really important, because for economical sustainability of the country, it is important to think about employment of these people in the future. The military experience is very important and also impacts the potential realization, especially within the framework of business development. Also, we are working on the transfer from military service to the civilian life. On the right side, you see the QR code on electronic services for veterans, and it contains all the components which will be necessary for veterans in the future. Please pay attention to different factors. It influences a lot the regional focus of the implementation. Each community has its own specific nature. It affects the ratio of different categories based on age and capacity of the community, on its capacity to provide services, which was mentioned by Darina, for example, because services as, for example, social or educational services, they are usually important and they vary depending on the community. So for veterans, the dimension of work, it is very important, and we do support the development of respective bodies of authority, because they are dealing with this issue, and if it is necessary, we also engage into this activity. So services are very important for the development of communities, but we shouldn't lose our focus from the point that it should be tailored to the categories and directions. So using this opportunity, since we have representatives of all blood administrations and military administration, I'd like to pay the attention that now we're moving forward to the digital solution. And we understand that creating specific dedicated structure which would cover all veterans would be very difficult for the state. It would be burden for the state and for the partners who support the state. That's why we are trying to do that with a digital solution, because it will eliminate some informational and additional barriers which may be posed by bureaucratic machinery, and also it will allow to decrease the level of burden for administrators and structures which exist and function in communities to implement those services or components. We are working now on preparing respective legislative basis for that, this is for veterans and for their family members. This is one of the steps related to the services which are related to different services. We encourage local communities to implement the services through the centers of administrative services, because we understand that usually services are being provided through the financing of local projects. It is important that the procedures for the financing of such projects would be the simplest possible. So the services which are working now, among them are veterans assistance. We are now working on electronic cabinet for veterans assistance, peer-to-peer project, which was already informed by the President of Ukraine. So this is another dimension. Also, we are going to work with the vocational training institutions, because we understand that it is important to work on providing training to veterans to get qualifications which are needed at the labor market, so they will be able to find employment. Service offices, yes, and separate divisions in the framework of oblast military administrations. I think you know that before the 1st of October, in every oblast military administrations, special units had to be created to work with this issue, to work in a more structured way, because it all should be connected into one ecosystem. I already mentioned that digital solution, this is a solution which is now undergoing alpha testing with a pool of people who are checking the system for the mistakes, because the system will be quite complex. It will allow to identify the person, to answer some questions, and why actually these questions are needed, because on the basis of the answers, the system will then offer a solution. I know that the font is very small here, but in general, you can see the idea. This is an actual product, and it is interesting here that this is an individual path for the veteran. On the example on Khmelnyk community in Vinnytska Oblast. So this oblast has already filled in this profile. They have included all the services which they have for veterans and family members of the veterans, children of these families, and in our case, Timur filled in all the answers to the questionnaire, and on the basis of that information, he received a list of services, and he received his own path, what he should do, what services are available for him, where he can refer to them, what of them are available from the state, which of them from the community. And this system in general supports Timur in such a way. So we expect that almost 80% of veterans will be covered with the services, but this is a huge path we should take, and to go along with all the communities in order to understand what actually do we have in communities, what services, service providers we have in different communities, what can be covered, what cannot be covered, so we all will be able to calculate the needs and to understand the needs, and then to move forward to some action plan and to understand what should we do to have respective service providers in respective communities, and to map all the services which are needed. You are all working together with the Ministry of Social Policy, with the Ministry of Healthcare, with the Ministry of Education, but the category of veterans has its own specific nature, so you should understand that the ratio of different categories of people will be different in your communities, and it will be necessary to create separate lines of use for some specific categories, maybe to decrease the burden or to find additional financial or something else.
So I thank you for your attention, and we have lots of work to do, in fact, all of us. And the plan which we are considering today within the development of human capital should be also done for our defenders of Ukraine, and we thank them for having an opportunity to speak about that today. Thank you, Tatiana. Before giving the floor to the Q&A session, Andriy Duma is online, as far as I'm told, from the Ministry of Economy. Andriy, do you hear us? Do you see us? Hello. Perfect. So look, you have a very simple and complicated task. During the 3 minutes, could you please tell us about the priorities of the Ministry of Economy in the employment and productivity of work in the context of the Ukraine plan? And then we'll have a huge discussion. Shall we try? Let us do that. So look, the main problem is the really post-war recovery of the country, the reconstruction. But we need to remember that we have the unprecedented migration crisis. According to the official data, 4,100,000 of people came to take temporary protection in the EU countries. Those are the biggest recipients: Germany, Poland and Czech Republic. So what shall we do with those people? We need to bring them back. But we have the researchers which witness that in October 2022, the wish to come back to Ukraine was expressed by 67% of respondents, and in September 63. So the tendency for Ukrainian economy obviously is negative. Moreover, taking into account that according to the data of the UNHCR, the Ukrainians are adapting most of all the quicker to adapt in the labor markets of the hosting countries than the refugees from other countries. 35% of the above-mentioned number of our citizens already have jobs in the hosting countries. And we need to remember about that, especially in the context that we have ambitious plans for the growth of economy, 7% per year till 2032. And for that we'll need from 3,100,000 to 4.5 million people of the working power. So we have the issue emerging. Obviously, we cannot cover this deficit with the only comeback of our forced migrants. We'll need to involve the foreigners. And for that, for the Ukraine facility plan, at the level of the employment strategy, we also have the strategy of migration policy, which will be created not only for the comeback of Ukrainians, but the involvement and adaptation of the foreigners. And this will be one more challenge for our society and economy. As for the professional qualification, the war introduced its own corrections, and we will try totally different professions and specialties. And with this objective, the Ministry of Economy has expanded the list of professions and specializations which can provide the voucher for training for people to requalify, to increase their qualification. As of now, it includes 129 professions. 80 of them are applied ones or production ones. And we need to remember that if the women do not come back, then their children don't come back. And they will stay in the hosting countries. They will strengthen their labor markets. From the status of the refugees, they will get the status of labor migrants, and they will stay there and create their own diaspora. This is the tendency. In a nutshell, that's it. We heard you, thank you. So, dear colleagues, today we have the growth or in the majority, if not all the ministries which are working with the human capital and the development. I saw the questions. Here we see the hands risen. 5 hands. Okay. Let us start from here, please. Please introduce yourself. What's your name, which organization or authority you represent? Dmitro, Ilarionivskoye Village Council, Dnipropetrovsk region. In a nutshell, about Natalia. Could you please tell which experts could practically help smaller territorial communities in the implementation of private-public partnership, as for the construction of accommodation and other spheres, because we have the lack of experts who would be able to take this issue on their shoulders from A to Z. Do you have such experts? Can we communicate with them? I would be grateful. Is that it from you? I have 2 more. No. Let us have 1 person per question, because we are out of time. Okay, then I'm not about education then. Darina then. Maybe it's not your competency. But still, as of today, I think that this is for each of our communities. We have the defenders of Ukraine who perished, who died. And as of today, the state... Let me name an example. The father, there was a family. The father leaves them when they are very young. The child does not even remember the father. The war starts 25 years later. the son of this father died at war. And when 15 million is paid, suddenly we have the father coming in, and his child, who studied in the university and was already working with the usual salary, cannot get the payment. Do you see that? That is really painful. It hurts, because the father did not take part in any upbringing of these children. As of today, we have multiple cases like that. And these people are coming to us. We cannot do anything with that. We need to find the way out of this situation and to support such children, because they lost the closest person. And I saw, as of the accommodation, I would like to see the situation that the children of the deceased should have the right to get the same conditions for accommodation. Okay, we got you. Thank you. Okay, we documented that. Let's listen to a couple of more questions, then the feedback of the speakers. There was the hand here. Could you give the mic there? And I would ask you to be very, well, just really quick. Slavutar City Mayor, Mr. Sidor, first of all, I'd like to thank you. That's very useful and practical. Education. That's good, but still, don't regulate manually the additional payments for the teachers. The coefficients or the ratios 0.9 do not comply with our conditions. And what you presented, we fully support. We thank you. It's a huge work. But still, not to repeat the tradition of the Soviet Union. What you said should be confirmed by the financial resource. There should be monetization, and then we'll work together without any issues. And could you please answer, any of you, when you had a very efficient discussion on the additional payments, as for the land, free land of 2 hectares and so on, that was a huge precedent, but now you understand how it can lead to the conflicts. How do you solve this issue? Okay, thank you. Let us now hear the third question. Hello, Sergei Zaminov, All Ukrainian Association of Communities. As for the human capital, these are interconnected questions. People are coming back, and the foundation for their comeback should be trust. If they believe into communities and the region, they will come back. So my question is about, in this context of the social capital, we have conflicts on the level of communities, we have the conflicts between the people who are coming back, we heard that there are planned foreigners who will lead to additional conflicts. How each of you, maybe in this format from your ministries, which programs do you plan to solve internal conflicts, how to avoid them? Maybe some additional infrastructural programs as for the development of interaction within the community, some additional construction or anything else. As for the social capital, thank you. Thank you, colleagues. So now the answers, please. You do remember the questions, right? Who is ready to start? Yes, I will start. Thank you. Several questions about the sphere of regulation which the Ministry of Social Infrastructure deals with. I will answer some of the questions. First of all, I'm happy to see you. Thank you for the question. As of the information of allocation of land lots, according to the norms foreseen in the land code, it's not our question, but we are attached to the sphere which is updated now with the certain committee of the Parliament on Social Policy. As for the combining of two issues, the allocation of land plots, which is foreseen by the Housing Code and which was foreseen after 2014, and the social payments which are given to the population according to the legislation. So we are accepting for the conceptual approach to this approach, and we hope that we will get the answers for those questions. As of the combination of the social capital as it is, here, unfortunately or fortunately, This will be what should be foreseen in the program document, which should be developed by the local self-governance authorities as for the recovery program. If you remember, the Parliament last year has adopted the law which foresees the development by the local self-governance authorities together with the regional administrations, so-called recovery programs. What are those documents? This is the document of the analytical nature, which needs to provide the understanding for the territorial community, first of all, of the high-level vision of the further development and existence of territorial community, on what state it is now in. They need to raise their head and see which objects of what nature, of what target significance are ruined or destroyed, what they need to foresee for their recovery, what's necessary to be done with their balancing enterprises, what's the situation with demining, and if they had the amalgamated community of agricultural manner and the demining is still going on, maybe they need to change the perspective, the angle. So I'm sure that the social issues which you were mentioning can be solved involving the residents of the community in the solving of these questions. And as soon as you actively involve them in the decision-making process as for the activity of the territorial community, any other components will be just forgotten. They will be seeing themselves as the participants of the territorial communities. So the first question, I don't remember it. So as for the private-public partnership, I'm communicating with many heads of territorial communities, and I think that you don't need the external assistant. You need the full-time employee who will understand how to work with that. If you think that some person can come from beyond and will train you how to do that, it will never happen, because it's not just to read the lecture how it is written in the legislation. This is the whole project throughout the process. Unfortunately, the microphone is not used. We can create such a training where it is already practically implemented for the cooperation within the territorial communities. You could see how it is already working. Thank you. There was the question about the land and the justice for the social payments and the education. So let us move on with the mic from the right to the left.
Фактично, я думаю, було питання саме по суті.
So there was the question about the social conflicts. I agree with Natalia that how we can involve the people in the constructive discussion instead of sitting on the sofa and make the wars in the social networks. But in fact, the question is, as for the social cohesion, as for our opinion, it is very important, including the demographic development, as the comfort in the communication with their citizens is important for the decision-making process. Whether the people are ready to come back, whether they want to come back, or whether they will feel discomfort and it will be another drop in the ocean why they take the decision not to come back to Ukraine. We don't have the ready answers what to do with that. In our opinion, this is the tool. The key tool is the information policy. The high-quality public discussion. But we also embed in the draft of demographic strategy, which is almost finalized, we embed a separate objective of social cohesion. In our opinion, this issue of social cohesion should give the answers for many components. That is, how we communicate with those who come back, how we speak to those who got disabilities, how we speak to the people who have a different opinion than we do. Monetization, okay, let us speak a bit more specific, because if we speak about veteran services, that's for Tatiana. If we speak about other services, for instance, the fare in the public transport, with the Ministry of Infrastructure, with a different deputy, we are developing that, and we think that the services for the fare for the public transport should be modernized and monetized. So, according to the information by the communities, if we sum up the information which was provided by the regions, approximately 60 billion of hryvnia is necessary to fund these discounts in the fare for the public transport. 10.7 million citizens have the right for such fare for the public transport. The approaches can be different. We are now developing together which approaches can be used. There is the idea to create several pilot projects to see which model would be the best. We understand that we'll have several key challenges, and one of the challenges is that, trivially, to monetize, we need to understand how many trips by public transport, how long they should take place, and for how many citizens they need to be monetized. The state does not have such analytical data because it means that no one just registered that. Today we were trying to let you know the point that the state and the local self-governance authorities need to take only those obligations which they can stick to or comply with, because the obligations which cannot be implemented by the state and the local self-governance authorities, are fake. And the same situation which we always have, what I also always said, just free accommodation. We are deceiving ourselves. So we will be trying to offer such tools which can be used to the categories of people who really need that. And taking into account that we are at war, in lots of the issues we need to rethink the help of the state, the assistance, the form of this assistance, and the categories. The microphones are not used. As for my answers to the questions, there were two key questions. The first one was about the services going on with this topic. Here we have three components of the answer. First, we are speaking about monetization of the services. We're speaking about the need of funding, that is, getting finances to implement your right to get this or that service. But there is a little detail that the service should be, first of all, with a precise understanding what that service is, secondly, for whom, and third, who is the service provider. So first we need to get through the shaping of the list of the service providers with the understanding who they are, what's the component, the characteristics of the services, to understand directly that it's not just the words, because the state will have to reimburse for this service, and then we need to work on the mechanism.
It's not a problem to implement the mechanism, but the practical arrangements to do that is up to 1 year. So there is an understanding about that. What services are we talking about? Psychological services, psychology-related services. So this is for veterans families, and for veterans children. Yes, we are not talking about bachelor's and master's degrees because this is a different training, but it's rather a simpler training. So it is not possible just to provide some card to the veteran and that's it, because the veteran doesn't want to be in the category of people using some cards, giving them an opportunity to use some services free of charge, because they're not ready to be these persons who are using these cards, to be a vulnerable group of people. They are feeling like heroes. They don't want to participate in such programs. Also, veterans, they have the right to use the transportation service with no limitation of the territory. But then who is going to compensate for these transportation services? What community, if the veteran can use this service throughout Ukraine? There is an understanding how it should be, but there is no understanding how to implement it technically. As to the lands, there are some initiatives on the paper, but there are still questions on mechanisms of their implementation. The community should clearly understand what is the list of services and what they're able to provide. Majority of services are requested from local authorities, and they have to be clearly aware of what they can do, what they can provide, what they cannot. So the communities should analyze their possibilities in the analysis of needs, because there are needs of veterans and families of veterans, and they should be aligned with the opportunities of the community. This gap, this understanding of gaps, the understanding of opportunities in communities and in state in general will bring us to a clear understanding what we actually can provide, what we should communicate, what is an opportunity and what is not, in order not to deceive ourselves, but on the other side to clearly formulate the needs and requests to our partners and colleagues who can and are able to help us, and also to have calculations for future decades. As to the issue of fallen, talking about veterans policies, we are not talking only about veterans and their families. We are talking about the society in general. We have to understand that society should remember on receiving culture. If the person is in military form, it doesn't mean that it's the military. If the person is the military, it doesn't mean that this person participated in active hostilities. How should we solve this problem? The problem which was raised when, for example, a parent who died without uprising his child. Maybe the mother did, first of all. But they haven't used their legal right to ascertain that the father was missing. That's the first point. Yes, this is the problem. Yes, this is the problem of responsibility. And on clear distinction who is the caregiver or providing finances, these are the questions of a family code and of a social behavior. So that's rather a question of the maturity of the society and the communication within the community and outside of the community, because in some places they use something, in some cases they avoid some rules. People should understand that this coin usually has two sides and they have to be responsible in what they do. Unfortunately, the speaker is not talking to the microphone right now. Dear colleagues, I have a very good news for you. During this lunch break, we will be able to ask questions to speakers. Unfortunately, we are out of time now. The topic is quite important, but the idea behind it that we have to seek for opportunities for the state, for the communities, for self-governing authorities to develop capacity, to create conditions, to reinforce our country, to make the environment for all people better. Thanks to all panelists, Andriy, Tatiana, Serhiy, thank you for this discussion. And now we have a lunch. Let's get back at 14:30 sharp. Thank you.
Remember that day. I remember each day. I remember fear and hatred. I remember the Mriya. I remember Kharkiv, Chernihiv, Dnipro, Mariupol, Kakhovka. I remember the words.
Всі ми тут.
And that's why I'm here today. I am here, building peace amidst the war. I'm here for you to come back. So you have a home to come back to. I'm here for you to love. I'm here to build kindergartens, new schools, hospitals. I'm building a lot of roads. And I'm building one road, the road to victory.
I'm here. And when I'm asked what I'm doing here in Ukraine, I answer, we built Ukraine. We are all here.
Nous tous sommes là.
Vi alle her.
そして皆ここに来ます。
Me olemme kõik siin.
Jesteśmy już wszyscy.
Me olemme kaikki täällä.
Vi er her alle sammen.
Estamos todos aquí.
Wir sind alle da.
Siamo tutti qui. Všichni jsme tady.
We build Ukraine.
Я пам'ятаю той день. Я пам'ятаю кожен день. Я пам'ятаю страх і ненависть. Я пам'ятаю мрію. Я пам'ятаю Харків, Чернігів, Дніпро, Маріуполь, Каховку. Я пам'ятаю слова.
Всі ми тут.
І тому я тут, сьогодні. Я тут. Будую мир серед війни. Я тут, аби ти повертався додому. І тобі було куди повертатися. Я тут, аби ти любив. Я тут, щоб будувати нові садочки, школи, лікарні. Я будую багато доріг. І я будую одну дорогу.
дорогу до перемоги.
I'm here. And when I'm asked what I'm doing here in Ukraine, I answer, we built Ukraine. We are all here.
Nous tous sommes là.
Vi alle her.
そして皆ここに来ます
Me olemme kõik siin.
Jesteśmy już wszyscy
Me olemme kaikki täällä.
Vi er her alle sammen.
Estamos todos aquí
Wir sind alle da.
Siamo tutti qui. Všichni jsme tady.
We build Ukraine.
I remember that day. I remember each day. I remember fear and hatred. I remember the Mria. I remember Kharkiv, Chernihiv, Dnipro, Mariupol, Kakhovka. I remember the words.
Всі ми тут.
And that's why I'm here today.
They are going to speak to save some time. And now the panel on business environment will be started by the colleagues from Ministry of Economy. This panel will be a hybrid one. We will have a lot of speakers online and few speakers offline. And now I'd like to invite Alexei Sobolev, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine, to introduce the section of the Ukraine plan on business environment. Alexei has time till 15 o'clock. That's why we would like to give him the floor first, and then we will proceed to other parts of this panel. Let's show Alexei to the screen. I was informed that he was joined our meeting online, and over to you, Alexei. I'd like to remind you that from the Ministry of Economy we have Alexei Sobolev and Alexander Palazov, Director of the Regulatory Policy Department of the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine. So we see that Alexei is on the screen, unfortunately without video. So I see that Alexei is writing to me that unfortunately he cannot present his presentation now. Now I'd like to give a floor to Alexander Palazov, the Director of the Regulatory Policy Department of the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine, to present his part of the presentation. Good afternoon. You see that you are with us. Please tell us what's about this section, why it was included to the Ukraine plan and what it envisages. Good afternoon, dear colleagues and dear participants. Do you hear me well? Yes, we hear you. Thank you. So this section is devoted to the business and SMEs in particular. SMEs before the war were the main drive force of economic development. Approximately 7.3 million people were working in the sector before the full-scale invasion, and 63% of sales were on this sector. But war impacted the business significantly, creating lack of human resources and broken supply chains. Many enterprises suspended their activities, and approximate losses make up to 90 billion hryvnias. Old problems are still there in terms of regulatory pressure from the public authorities, and it also impacts the interests of international investors. Since the SMEs are important for Ukrainian economy and for employment of the citizens of Ukraine, we have to put our efforts on improving regulatory framework, on improving access of finance to SMEs, on ensuring fair competition, and on helping SMEs to adhere the EU standards. When preparing the plan, we've been consulting with the consultants from the EU and with the representatives of the business. We've created a number of working groups. There was a question in YouTube: do we have consultations with business? Yes, we have approximately 7 working groups involving representatives of business associations, analytical centers, and work sometimes entails sharing the information between all these stakeholders and on sharing reporting on implementation and consultations. If there are any participants who would like to participate in working groups, please send your proposals to the Secretary, to the Ministry of Economy, or to the Ministry of Infrastructure, or there are maybe other ways to join. On the basis of such consultations, we have elaborated the following directions: effective regulatory environment, access to finances, and integration to the... I don't know if my presentation is shown. Please show the next slide. So these are 3 problems we are focused on. The next slide, please. Now I'm going to share the information on the solutions we are developing. So on the basis of our analytical work, we have identified more than 100 licensing tools which the business should receiving different fields. Sometimes they overlap each other. Some of them have only paper-based versions. Some of them are obsolete and not in line with the modern processes and level of business development. The next issue are inspections and checks. We know that they create a huge burden for the business because the system itself is rather aimed at identifying the offender and punishing him. So it should be changed, and direct contact with the business should be established into the card. Also, we have identified number of applications in this sphere, especially in wash sector, for example, with bioresources, with the forestry. The same enterprise can be visited by different authorities with the overlapping inspections and also inspections by law enforcement agencies. We all heard about these histories about law enforcement agencies who come to some enterprises and terrorize them. So what are we planning to do? We plan to review all the tools in order to reduce the number or maybe to digitalize them. The working group is now working on this issue. As to the regulation tools, we are at the final stage already. So the working group will provide its proposals to the Cabinet of Ministers Ukraine for further consideration. Also, we intend to approve the deregulation plan. For each field, for each area, we will envisage what tools should be eliminated or reduced or reformulated. The system of state control and surveillance also should be reformed. We have this in plan. There is a draft law which was prepared. It should be elaborated further and then adopted. What are we talking about here? We'd like to minimize the contact between the inspectors and the business by the way of digitalizing services and by the way of decreasing the inspections with other types of checks, for example, through auditing. The work on reforming law enforcement agencies is undergoing. So as to it actually started from the Bureau of Economic Investigations. We are intended to prepare a special program for the inspectors who will have to recertify their skills every year. We understand that money is the blood for the business, so we have to think about different ideas here. What would be the first step in this regard? The first step will be the plan of implementation on the strategy for developing of SMEs. It will be a comprehensive document encompassing a number of actions, for example, regulatory issues, innovations, financial block, and many other issues. But it will be focused on SMEs specifically. The next action in our plan will be the strengthening of grant support of businesses. You know that in Ukraine we have a number of programs already, e-work, for example, and own business for micro enterprises and processing program for processing manufacturing enterprises, and also we are considering the issue of reinforcing of 579 program. We know that not all processing enterprises can obtain credits within the this 579 program. The next point, support of exporters. We are intended to strengthen the capacity of exporters in terms of guaranteeing export activities. Also, we are working on elaborating amendments to respective legislation, and also we're working on on-site support to the Office of Export as to development of industrial parks. So the government is seeking for funds to be allocated for this activity that will help to support this activity. In the nearest future, that was related to the financial block, in the nearest future we will do the steps which I mentioned. As to the EU integration steps, the EU is a big challenge for us, but at the same time it's also a great opportunity for us. We understand how complicated procedures in the EU are. Sometimes they are even more complicated than in Ukraine, but this is one of the major markers, as Mr. Sobolev mentioned, that the Euro integration is a very important process for us. Here we are talking about the ACA agreement, which is so-called industry visa-free regime. We received a lot of positive feedbacks on our steps in this regard, but still we have some actions to be taken, and on the basis of provided of recommendations we are going to proceed to follow up with joining to this initiative. Also, as to market surveillance and on lifting the ban to conduct market surveillance, it will be implemented to control the products which may come to the territory of Ukraine and which can be harmful. So this tool will be in line with the EU integration obligations. Also, we are working on translation of different standards into the Ukrainian language, so Ukrainian producers will know what it is expected from them abroad, so they will expand their export opportunities. Also, procurements, concessions, public-private procurement, transparency of procurements, DREAM, Prozoro systems, this all comes there, as well as the regulation of procurements which are not related to defense activities. Also, in terms of intellectual property rights, we have been discussing with the EU side that it is necessary to develop a respective strategy, so it will cover all the necessary amendments which should be introduced to solve these challenges. That was the third important point. Can you please show the next slide, because I'd like to say what could be the benefits for regions and what could be there. I have highlighted 3 positions. We can discuss them today. So it is possible to participate for the regions, of course, to work on deregulation and decreasing of pressure for business. If you see any gaps, we can work on them. Position number 2, grant programs and involvement of local funds. Last year we didn't have it. This year we have amended the legislation, and local authorities can add up their funds to specific programs. So if there is a need to finance some program, it is possible to combine grant funds and also funds from local budgets. Also, they, yes, we didn't talk about that, but accession of single market, accession to single market. Last year we have signed an agreement and ratified an agreement on access to single market, and it allows to get access to 4.2 billion euros for all the companies who have signed this agreement. Of course, we will not receive all 4.2 billion euros, but it is important to file applications to this program. If you haven't heard about that, you can refer to the Ministry of Economy or to the Office on Business Development. They have specific units which provide you information about that. Also, I'd like to remind you that there is number of donor projects, for example, GIZ, which also provide grants for business, and also they help with the study visits and business trips, and they help to establish contacts with international partners.
So I guess these are the main points I wanted to tell about. If there are any questions, please give me the floor. I was asked between the panel discussions that the speeches should be interactive, so I'd ask the viewers, both online and offline, write your questions or raise your hands to communicate in the interactive way with the participants. Are there any questions about the business climate? Please raise your hand if there are. What would you like to do by the government? What should be done by the government? What's the lack in their actions? Where should you be more involved? Yes, we've got the question. Let me give you my mic. If you allow me, I would like to ask the representative of the Ministry of Economy. As of now, we have such a tendency in the state that construction is bad. The part of the road, the part of the roof. So I wouldn't like to know the position of our line ministry, whether he supports that or not. Or the ministry should take the position to have the policy and the strategy that we need to construct more, we need to develop more. Well, maybe in the military-industrial complex, then at least on the territory of Ukraine. Thank you. Well, in fact, as for the policy in construction sphere, the Ministry of Recovery is in fact responsible for that. We have the representative here, Alexandra Azarkhina, and we had Natalia Kozlovska, who is responsible for the construction. But let's hear the position of the Ministry of Economy as well. Alexander, do you have a position? Yes, we have the position, of course. We, as the line ministry which supports businesses, we definitely support this proposal. Of course, our colleagues from the Ministry of Recovery have their own opinion, but look, we need to construct, of course, and what we do is deregulation. If we see any issues with the permissions, we are involved and we work with our colleagues from the inspections about that. If there are any problems with the checks, let me remind you, since the moment of the invasion of Russian Federation, the government has introduced unprecedented measures, moratorium for the checks since the beginning of aggression, and the total transition of all the permits to the declarative principle. That was done according to the initiative of the Ministry of Economy. So our position is yes, we support, but if there are any complications or questions on the line ministry, I don't mind discussing that separately. Alexandra Zarkhina, Deputy Minister, just said without the mic that she or the ministry supports, of course. Do we have any other questions online or offline about the business climate? If there are no questions while you're thinking, let us have one-by-one speeches offline and online. So let us move to something more specific. There was the question of euro integration in the presentation of the Ministry of Economy, so I'm offering that we need to move on along this way on euro integration, then agrarian sector, then demining, because demining is also important for the agrarian sector, so it would be interesting to hear the framework on agrarian and then to move to demining. Do we have any questions left? No. Okay then. Thank you so much. As of now, I give the floor to Mr. Ihor Nahornyak, Deputy Director General of the Government Office for the Coordination of European and Euro-Atlantic Integration. Ivan, Is there a question of euro integration in the Ukraine plan? What's the role of this plan on our way to euro integration? And what is foreseen there? Thank you. It's more convenient. Thank you. First of all, it's very nice. Thank you for the invitation. The representatives of the governmental office. I have the ministry, and we do not develop policies, but still, our institution within the Secretariat of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine is dealing with coordination of all of our euro integration efforts, including, maybe you have seen this huge questionnaire which the President gave to Ursula von der Leyen, and now in the process of preparation towards our negotiations on the status of Ukraine in the EU, we are also the key institution which is now coordinating all the institutional authorities and central executive branch authorities. In this plan, it was important for us to provide 3 points. First of all, for the reforms which are written down by the Ministry of Economy and other ministries should include our obligations on the association agreement. Because till 2027, in any case, till the moment of our, in fact, accession and the signing of the contract about the EU accession, this will be our main framework. We will never deal without the association agreement, so it was important to have certain elements and measures, let alone bigger policies. Another point was what was also important in the context of this third pillar, which was about directly the technical assistance of the European Union, for us to write down the certain measures on the reforms which will be awaiting for us in the context of the implementation of all the EU acts which we'll need to do during the talks, and the overall framework to be compliant with our euro integration. There should be nothing which contradicts the European law. Those were our 3 main tasks and what we will do until this plan is approved. Alexei Sobolev has already told a bit what's the algorithm of the approval of this plan. Our main task, considering the end of the year and the beginning of the talks about the membership of Ukraine in the EU, we need to foresee a huge amount of this technical assistance for the reforms, which will be later included into our obligations on implementations of the acts of the European Union. As you know, we had the self-screening. We took all the laws of the European Union, and together with experts, we analyzed what's the state of affairs, what's the state of approximation of the Ukrainian legislation to the EU law. The situation was not that bad, but there are lots of points which we still need to do. We are awaiting for the implementation of more than 3,000 acts of EU law. In the association agreement, there are only 615 of them. So we implemented it since 2014, and we are still doing that. It is implemented for about 80% now. Thus, we need to speed up all the processes, all of the other authorities involved in this process. For that, we develop a certain mechanism, and we do hope that soon we will find common grounds with the Parliament, with Verkhovna Rada, and will approve the quicker process of the integration of EU laws, because as of all of the 34 chapters of the opening benchmarks and closing benchmarks will be assessed. And those benchmarks, if we don't cover them, we will have to accomplish the reforms foreseen by the EU law. Otherwise, the negotiations will be stagnated. Of course, we don't want to achieve such a level. We'll need to work a lot for the money which is allocated within the Ukraine plan. It should help the ministry to provide those reforms and to prepare certain laws and bylaws in the dynamic which is desired for us. Thank you. Thank you. Do we have anything for regional euro integration in the Ukraine plan? As far as we have seen out of the presentation of our colleagues and what I saw in the presentation of Mr. Sobolev before, there are big chapters about the regions. In particular, if we look at Pillar 2, that is the investments, mostly they will be used by the European Investment Bank and EBRD, but as far as I know, as we have conducted the analysis, our regions are actively cooperating with those institutions, so to some extent we'll have to increase our institutional capacity of our regional state administrations. In the context of the preparation of certain draft applications, so far it is hard, but at the moment when the plan is approved, within this plan we will foresee certain trainings for our regional authorities. It's not only for administrations, but for the communities and local self-governance authorities, right? Yes. Do we have any questions about Euro integration, either here or online? Please raise your hands. No questions so far. No? Okay. Then everything is crystal clear. So I guess that I'm posing the questions which everybody has. So then I would give the floor about the agrarian sector. Mr. Oleksiy Pinchuk, Head of International Cooperation Department of the Ministry of Agrarian Policy and Food. Oleksiy, could we see Oleksiy on the screen? I was told that he is already in touch with us. While he is being connected, let me pose my question. What does the Ukraine plan foresee for the development of the agrarian sector, for the processing industry as well? Good day, dear colleagues. Thank you so much for the right to be here and to give a speech, to take part in this panel discussion. So, in a nutshell, the plan from the agrarian sphere consists of many directions, among them the strategic development, adaptation to the EU, land and property, education and innovations, water and environment, special initiatives of security, technological development. So as for more details, as for the strategic development, we are speaking about the adoption of the strategy for the development of agricultural and rural areas till 2030. And also it's important to strengthen the analytical and legislative capacities of the Ministry of Agrarian Policy, as it was mentioned by the previous speaker, to increase the number of Euro integration legislative acts which can be issued by the ministry from the perspective of the EU adaptation, that is, the correspondence and compliance of our legislation to the requirements of the EU, with a special emphasis on the export and the creation of value-added chains, and also implementation of the basics for the model of common agrarian policy of the EU and digital technologies for the use of the state agrarian register, which is already functioning. As for the land and property, this is the continuation for the development of the land market and access for the smaller producers to the land market, and also strengthening of all of the digital services of the state land cadastre, the further reform of the cadastre as the central executive branch authority, which is already being implemented for a long time, and we need to go on with these reforms and to finalize them. Within the education sphere, we plan to modernize the post-war food sector, focusing also on the environmental and organic practices of the European Union, to implement the system of agricultural knowledge and innovations, and also the system of agricultural economic entities As for the environmental things, now the reform is ongoing for the irrigation, for the adaptation to the climate change, to provide the food security of Ukraine. Oleksiy, could you please show different slides? Yes, thank you. Now we can see the slides. I don't see the presentation, in fact. Now I'm about slide 3, in fact. Okay, perfect. So, we all know that the climate changes are taking place. Ukraine is not an exception. Unfortunately, in the south of Ukraine, besides the climate changes, the huge impact has the tragedy at Kakhovka hydroelectric power plant, the blowing up of the dam. So besides flooding, many producers don't have access to water anymore, and this is how we understand that we'll need to work and to modernize and to go on with the reform of the irrigation system of Ukraine for all of the producers to have access to water, especially in the regions where the climate is hot. Besides that, we need to involve the support to improve the water resources management. This is both about the drafts and the expert. We had lots of meetings with different countries and companies who have implemented huge irrigation projects in the US and Canada, and hotter regions like Israel, Saudi Arabia, and also United Arab Emirates. So we are also working on the development of this experience. As for the special initiatives, we are planning to help the development of organic agriculture to comply with the standards of the EU. We understand that it would be nice to involve the producers for the, in fact, organic production, because so far it is in fact using more demand than we in Ukraine, and this is how we can incentivize some of our Euro integration promises, in particular as for the production of more greener and ecological production. And also we plan the development of the post-war strategy for the processing of products and implementation of digital technologies in the animal farming, which are still underdeveloped. As for the security and protection, an important issue is demining. Both for us as the Line Ministry, the most important is the demining of the arable lands. We need to understand that civil demining is very important as well. So one of the first components is the defining of the priorities in the demining strategy, considering the economic, social importance of such demining, and also the provision of rapid transition to the use of the areas which used to be polluted by the explosive devices. And also we know that digitalization is very important in the country, so we should go on to implement the strategy of automation and digitalization of all of the processes in our agrarian industrial complex. That's it about the priorities. So we can move to the next slide and look at the list of the plan in this way. First of all, what we'd like to do, as I already mentioned, to provide support, including investment support according to the EU examples. It should be compliant with the common agrarian policy of the EU. We've already had a huge step on this way because the State Agrarian Register was created, and it is already used for any support and help in agriculture. Not a single support is given without the system of the State Agrarian Register. If you're interested in that, I'm ready to answer any of your questions about that. And the only thing which is left to implement are the funding tools, how the funding is given, where it is taken from, and how it is given to the producers. Secondly, coordination with the institutional database of the EU. We are speaking about the reform of the state agricultural enterprises for them to be within the above-mentioned common agrarian policy of the EU as well, and the provision of equal, transparent and just support with the help of all the mechanisms which I told about before. Going on with that, to the functioning land market, because in 2022 there was the decrease of these outcomes, but in 2023 we can see the growth in spite of the full-scale invasion of Russian Federation into Ukraine. The average price per hectare in Ukraine is increasing. We can see the increase of the number of transactions even in comparison with 2021, let alone 2022. So here we'll go on developing the openness of the market, its accessibility, transparency, and it being comprehensive for those who are interested in that.
Also, we plan to create one single register of producers, because we have some fields which are still interoperable and some registers are still interoperable. It is necessary to make them interoperable. We want to make a single register of a producer, which will help to improve the support of this field and also to eliminate administrative barriers to create unified platform for agriculture producers, because we have a lot of them and it's not okay that we have different register for them. Let's move to the next slide. The plan of the development for irrigation complex. This is to improve our harvest and also to improve overall situation with arable lands. Second point, demining of agricultural lands. That entails the establishment of priorities for demining. Speaking specifically about agricultural lands, it is important to establish the strategy on how it is possible to make them arable and usable again. What could be the risks of reuse when reusing the lands, and which explosive devices were found, etc., etc. This information is very important to understand the impact. We will conduct the analysis of soils and on the basis of data received, it will be possible to create an overall framework on utilization of these lands. And the last point, innovations in the field of plants protection. This is the field which is very important in line with our integration to the EU. We have to bring our legislation in line with the EU requirements. So the production will be more oriented at organic production and on decreased negative impact on natural resources. That's all from my side. I'm ready to answer your question. Thank you, Alexei. While all of us are preparing the questions, I will ask, do I understand correctly that communities will receive from this part of Ukraine plan potential investments from international organizations, which will be made into the agricultural and industry sector. So as far as I understand, the state program on irrigation complex may entail that, and also, because unfortunately I don't see the slide, so I cannot read it anymore. Anything else? Maybe we missed anything else? What agrarians will get from this plan? Okay, look, from the point of view from the financing, all these programs are directed an improvement of quality of agricultural production. So the more the producer produces, the more funds are generated in economy. Then sleaze market also provides financing and access to local communities. So all these elements, all these issues work with the land, with the processing. They are all interrelated and closely related with the financing of regions. And yes, irrigation is one of very important issues. First projects will be implemented in the south of Ukraine, and that will improve both potential, investment potential of the communities and attractiveness of the region in general. Okay, we have questions from the audience. Ihor Abramyuk, Ukrainian Association of Communities. Do I understand correctly that at this stage in the Ukraine plan there will be no tools of direct support, like the one which is in the common agricultural policy of the EU? So we are actually planning to develop these plans, these tools. As I already mentioned, we are working on full alignment with the EU policy, and this point is all about our willingness to come closer to the EU standards. I will maybe reformulate this answer. You shouldn't treat the Ukraine plan as the replacement of the EU policy, neighborhood policy, common agricultural policy, and other programs. So we shouldn't think of the Ukraine plan as only one tool to implement. That will be a mistake. We also have to work on opening all the EU programs for Ukraine, and we see that there are steps toward that. So the discussions and negotiations on other programs are ongoing. So you don't have to treat the Ukraine plan as the only tool which will be available from this side of the EU. There is no country which joined the EU could make the path without the support of the EU and financial one as well. So the Ukraine plan doesn't eliminate the possibility to use other programs of the EU. I will add, there are specific programs like Erasmus program and other programs. Ukraine continues receiving funds from these programs, but at the same time, because we will have our own fund, Ukraine Facility, Ukraine will not be included into Project Session Fund. Our Ukraine Facility is a pre-accession fund itself, so there will be no pre-accession fund for Ukraine. This is actually our pre-accession fund. So that's what the EU Commission proposes. If the European Parliament or the Council will change something, then we may see something extra, but as it is discussed now, I think that for all candidate states, EPA is approximately 17 billion euros. For Ukraine, in the Ukraine plan, Ukraine facility, we have 50 billion. And we shouldn't confuse the structural funds of the EU, which are available for the EU members, and the pre-accession funds. These are absolutely different scales, access to policy making within the framework of these funds. So that's the question not only of access to the resources, that's also the question of having an impact on taking decisions. These resources which should be provided to Ukraine, they should be provided to that sectors, to that particular areas which are the national interest of ours. This is the both way approach, and it is clear that it's not necessary to look into this like in a separate thing. We may have different separate discussions on common agricultural policy of the EU and how Ukraine is going to integrate into it, because this is rather a subject of more detailed discussions on a more expert level. So summing up, and we will give now a floor to you. So summing up, the access to the structural fund, and it is envisaged by the plan, but the negotiations will be separately. Okay, so one remark regarding EPA. In EPA, there is an IPAR 2 which envisages the consistency of rural development. It would be good to see something regarding the rural development in our Ukraine plan too. As far as I understand from Alexei's answer, that in common agricultural policy there will be issues related to agricultural development. As to the rural development, I don't know, I haven't heard that in the speeches of our speakers. Please help with the microphones. You have the mic, okay? So please ask the question. Good afternoon. I'd like to say the following, actually to ask the following. From the 1st of January 2024, legal entities will be allowed to purchase land in Ukraine. If you're talking about the EU integration, we see during the previous panel, it was said already that the development of small farmership, those living in rural areas, taking into consideration the situation, moral, financial. So also farmers have problems with selling their products. Wouldn't it cause an increase of lands in hands of bigger players and elimination of small farmers from the system? Thank you for the question. Yes, according to the existing legislation, legal entities will be able to purchase land plots starting from the 1st of January, but we understand that the 1st of January is not here. This is quite an important political question. We know that everyone is aware of all the risks related to that, so the discussion is ongoing. Unfortunately, I am not authorized to provide any comments on political topics. So we have to understand that final decision hasn't been made. We have to keep waiting for the final decision of the government of Ukraine. Let me to support. So you wouldn't be able to hear the thought of the Alexei, but we can reformulate the question. As to the Ukraine plan, does it foresee opening the land market for legal entities from 1st of January 2024? Unfortunately, no specific information regarding that will not be provided. So the plan doesn't take that into account in any specific manner. Let's go to the next question. I have the following question. I've looked through the presentation, Mykola Kubits from Clear Project. I've looked through the presentation. There is such a point, a task to increase analytical and legislative capacity of the ministry. Could you please tell me what is the sense of this activity? In which ways you are going to improve legislative capacity of the Ministry of Agrarian Policy? I don't really understand that. Yes, of course. Okay, first of all, as to the analytical capacity, we all understand the ministry was created in 2019 and it was combined with the Ministry of Economy and and also with the regional representative offices and councils. After the ministry was separated again, we started facing difficulties with getting the information from regions. Especially we face it during the wartime, starting from the full-scale invasion. So in order to get more analytical data and information, we need to have better institutional representation in regions. This is actually what we intend to do. As to the legislative capacity of the ministry, in this regard, we cooperate with the EU to ensure that there will be an opportunity to use. We are actually at the final stage of preparing the drafts on different technical assistance projects who will hire necessary experts to help us with legal drafting. And secondly, we are negotiating the issue of financing salaries for specialists who are going to be hired to the ministry and who are going to deal with the EU integration or EU-related issues, because we understand that we don't have enough specialists in the ministry to prepare draft legislative acts, and sometimes they are also lacking necessary competency. So we understand that approximately 40% of legislative acts in the EU integration process are related to the agricultural sector, and the time frame is short, so we have to think on this issue too and have to develop it too. Thank you very much for your answer. Do we have more questions? It would be great if the questions will be relevant to the community's problems. Yes, capacities of the ministry is an interesting question, but not for everyone. Thank you. A very interesting question related to the demining activities. Is there a practice on demining? Alexei, you also have an option to transfer this question to the line representative of the respective minister. Alexei, you may start and then your colleague will proceed. Yes, I will say just briefly that our ministry is not directly responsible for demining. I will just tell what we do specifically, not to overlap with what my colleague will say later. So there was an initiative with WFP and FAO Ukraine on demining of 2 oblasts. We are trying to motivate donors to donate funds to these 2 organizations, and they are now developing projects on demining agricultural lands. First of all in Kharkiv Oblast and secondly in Mykolaiv Oblast, the ones which were deoccupied and which are the most polluted. As to the full demining plan, I will leave that to Ihor. Thank you. As to the agriculture and industrial complex, if there are no more questions, let's move to Mr. Beskorovainy. He is a deputy minister of the Ministry of Economy of Ukraine, and he is going to tell us what is going to be made in these demining activities. Hello. So I'd like to say that in the Ukraine plan, the only one thing is mentioned, that we have to increase our capacity of our governmental structures for the money, because we have only 3,000 specialists and 300 vehicles for that, it's all. Considering the size of our program, 3,000 professionals, it's quite enough, but in our specific case, it's not enough. So in the Ukraine plan, the main focus is on improving the capacity of governmental structures and demining operators and so on and so on. I will not stop on that, because I will in general speak about that and about the policy in this regard, why actually the Ministry of Economy, for what reason the Ministry of Economy is working with demining, why all are trying to deal with that, because actually, yes, the war is here, and pollution of lands with objects of war is a serious issue, but in any case, we cannot start reconstructing infrastructure without ensuring protection and security of lands, and without confirming that the lands are safe and secure. So the demining is a cross-cutting issue for all the institutions of the government, dealing with normalizing life, development of economy, and development of anything, especially if it relates to the regions which have suffered from this full-scale invasion. But it's not only about the regions where the war, where active hostilities took place. It also relates to all other regions where missiles landed and exploded. So yes, that's it.
And now about the role of the Ministry of Economy, what we are doing in that. In fact, we as the Ministry of Economy do not try to know how we should demine it properly, or should we rewrite the standards of demining, or maybe we should provide any magical approach which everything will be done very quickly and with high quality. It's not our competence. For that we have a very cool Ministry of Defense which has sappers and deminers with incredible experience, and also the CISU, the State Emergency Service, which has lots of experience and competency in demining and working on land and so on. But we have an issue which is formed because the legislation in the sphere and the framework which regulates the sphere of humanitarian demining was developed before the full-scale invasion, and considering the problematics which we are getting here, this framework does not allow to quickly change the system and to quickly provide the necessary capacity. So, because of these miscalculations, because of these bottlenecks, we don't see the proper capacity of strategic planning, coordination, cooperation, interaction with international partners, prioritization, which is very important, and the information management. When I say information management, I mean modern technologies. When we don't use paperback maps where we draw many fields, but when we use digital tools. This part is the responsibility of the Ministry of Economy. Not to take the authorities which other ministries have, the Ministry of Defense or Ministry of Interior, but to add to them, to complement, and to help them efficiently accomplish their work. And also there is a question, because we cannot endlessly increase capacities of the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Interior, because then we'll have dozens of thousands of deminers who will be working in these structures, and the government will not cope with the task to provide all of them. That is why we'll have to develop the market of demining services. According to the primary assessment of the World Bank, this could be $37 billion of this market. This is the huge system which needs to have a proper framework within which will satisfy the needs, provide the services, and so on and so forth. And this is the work of the Ministry of Economy. If we speak altogether about the structure of the satisfaction of needs of demining, here it looks like this. The governmental structures, the State Emergency Service, the National Police are the structures which are responsible for these tasks' accomplishment and are part of the state. where they will have the task of the cleansing of the most complicated and urgent land plots. We are speaking about critical infrastructure or recently liberated settlements, cleaning of the roads to provide food delivery, or the land plots where there were really active hostilities, and the plots which areas which are really polluted, and the operators or the ones who are working commercially or the international humanitarian operators don't go there because for them it's not interesting, of high priority, it's not needed, it's too risky, and so on and so forth. So this awful work will be done by the state structures. This is the role of the state. The second component is the market itself, and now we are already observing that in this sector, on the one hand, we have the request from the consumer of the services, the formal farmer who would like to demine his land plot, not to wait for the long queue and for the demining. On the other hand, we have certain operators of demining who would like to conduct their activity commercially. So, in simple words, to earn money. The task of the Ministry of Economy is to create such relations between these two subjects of economy to protect the interests of the farmer, who has a high-quality service and definitely will not explode anymore, and it will be very safe and secure. On the other hand, we need to provide the interests of the service provider to have the proper payments for his work with the competitive price, and so on. So we need to draw this framework. This is the task of the Ministry of the Economy. And the third part is the component which will concern humanitarian organizations which are coming to Ukraine from the whole world, which are working according to their standards. They are not in a hurry. Quality is the most important for them, and they get funding from the international agencies, the governments of other countries. Our task is to properly direct them to work where we need them to, and to accomplish the tasks which we need them to, considering the specification of their work. That is altogether if we speak about this part. Then, moving on, as for the farmers, and to the part where the state will take part, next year a budget has 2 billion hryvnia for the reimbursements of the farmers. What do I speak about? We are speaking about the creation of this market of services, and the state will compensate either the full price or the partial price of the money spent for demining of a certain land plot. Maybe those are small farmers, how it is happening in FAO, or maybe a bigger holding, or the medium farmer. We are discussing all of that. We are also debating with the operators of demining who will accomplish these works on the lands. Separately, we are having talks with the governmental structures which will provide the control, quality control, who will come and see whether the land is clean already, and then they can work there. Those are all very complicated questions, and new answers lead to new questions, and so on and so on. So this is not the quick process, but definitely we will be speaking to everyone who will be involved in this process. As for how it will look like, how we can imagine this framework, the logics is the following. The farmer is submitting an application. 99% that will be the State Agrarian Register mentioned by the previous speaker. This State Agrarian Register verifies the application as of their priority, relevance, need, and so on. Because let us be sincere, the land plot which is close to the front line and which can be any moment polluted again will not be a priority. We will need to move the front line for it to become a top priority. We cannot spend money for that, unfortunately. If we speak about the area which is very small, which has the low productivity level, but the pollution is incredibly high, then it won't be a priority as well. Let us be sincere and frank in those complicated issues, and we'll create the list of criteria, how we verify certain land plots and how we move on. After this verification, this lot, because then it will be a bid at the auction, I would say, the demining operators will offer the conditions and the price according to which they will accomplish the works which is necessary to be done at this land plot. After the best offer, the quality control is provided, and then the compensation is provided either to the farmer who paid for the works or directly to the executor. Now we also have the discussion ongoing how this algorithm will be done. That is about the farmers and the program for 2 billion, which we are now implementing. And 2 more points, and then this is it for me. The main idea of this program, we do understand that $50 million, that is just not that much. But still, the most important thing in this tool is to create the sequence of actions and to prove its efficiency, and only after that to involve international organizations and governments of other countries and our partners to use the resource which we can use to satisfy all the needs. That is about the farmers. And the second part is about the business as it is, because again, 37 billion is a huge sum of money, for the implementation of which we need equipment, machines, people, the companies which will do demining, that is working directly, service companies who will provide services for the equipment used by the demining operators, and so on and so forth. If we speak about the equipment, of course it needs to be produced in Ukraine. If we speak about some protection equipment for the deminer, why do we need to take it from China if we can produce it in Ukraine and provide the deminers working in Ukraine? It will be the huge market, not only about a certain, probe, but still it will be lots of affiliated services which need to be satisfied. I'd like to conclude and to move to the questions to Igor and the whole panel discussion. So do I understand correctly that if on the territory of a certain community, on the field of a farmership, there are mines, then he or she has 4 ways to solve this issue. On his own, to pay for these services. Secondly, to get to the local self-governance authorities who will be able to create the program according to which these works will be funded. The third, to get to the humanitarian organizations, and next year we'll have the 4th solution, to get to the governmental program. And in case of prioritization and this field turns out to be a top priority, then with the state funds or the donors' funds, this field will be demined without the necessity to pay for that, either from the local budget or by the farmer. Do I understand correctly? As of now, we have only 2 ways how you can clean the land plot. First of all, it can be done by the governmental structure, the state emergency service, or anybody else, and it can be done either getting to the local self-governance authorities or no, only to them. And the second option is the demining operator who has the right to do that. That is very important. We have only 19 of them, but 30 of them are getting more permits for them, and approximately 40 of them are collecting the documents and ready to be involved. So formally speaking, we'd like to have at least 100 of demining operators who have the right to do that. So, in fact, we have 2 ways, the demining operator and the governmental structure. If we speak about the demining operator, then you get directly to the operator, but then he will still get to the community will get along its own algorithm of actions, which is rather complicated. Well, sorry to admit, but it is complicated, because the system has been shaped at the moment when they didn't need that many applications. Now we try to reconstruct it for it to be for the people. If we speak about the perspective model, then all the perspective models will have the 3rd way. That is the submission of the application to the State Agrarian Register, and according to the similar algorithm, it will take place like that. But I'd like to emphasize again, demining of any area not compulsorily agrarian, should be done by the state emergency or other service or other state institutions which can be found in the list who are permitted to do that. Uncle Kola, who was working in state emergency service or who served in Afghanistan as the deminer, does not have the right to do that. And if he does that, and even if nothing happens, still he violates the law. This is very important. Thank you. Are there any questions? As for the quality check, yes, the quality check is the following. It is on the center of demining activity. Those can be representatives of the State Emergency Service or the Ministry of Defense. After the end of the works, they have to get to the land plot, they have to check the quality of the accomplished works. If the quality is not satisfactory, those who have done it have to do everything from scratch to check meter by meter. And then he or she will get the necessary certificate that this land plot is secure, and then the government takes responsibility that it is safe. And if something happens there, then not the company will be accused of that, but the government of Ukraine will bear responsibility. I can see there's a question there, please. The first question is about the information that the state will reimburse the expenses if the farmer spends his or her money for demining. This is the first question. And secondly, at least in my region, in Kherson region, people sometimes just burn the grass because the field was not worked on for 2 months and everything is just burnt out. Who controls that? The firemen cannot get to the fields because they are mined. So lots of the plots are burnt. As for reimbursement, yes, the program is being developed, and I already was telling about the development of this program. We don't have any compensators for that, because in fact, this question is being dealt with only this year. The previous year was devoted to the survival, and no one was thinking about demining. So next year, those above-mentioned 2 billion will be already used. I hope there will be more. We don't have the calculation, even in the whole world, how much 1 hectare costs. Variables are numerous, depending on the type of the area, the number of plants, the type of pollution, and so on and so forth. So if you see the figure of $2 per square meter, don't believe it. If you'd like to divide 2 billion hryvnia for $2 per square meter, you will not get the figure which should be there. The most truthful calculation which I have seen by the commercial organization on demining was varying from 80 kopecks per square meter of the observation of not that much polluted area to 16,000 hryvnia of the very polluted square meter. So to provide the calculation, we have a million of factors which we need to take into consideration. But what's important to take into consideration? The arable lands is the simplest element for calculation because the land plot is more or less predictable with the more or less predictable plants and pollution. So if we speak about the roads, the construction objects, that is really complicated. How we can calculate that, we don't know that. And this is not the issue that Ukraine does not know how to calculate that. The whole world does not know that. The world celebrities who are working for 40 years on demining, they come to Ukraine and they say, we've never seen anything like that, because Afghanistan or Angola cannot be even compared with Ukraine. Let me add, in spite of the lack of compensation or reimbursement programs, still document all the expenses. And later we will need them, after the victory, during the work of the international compensation mechanism, which will take the applications about any types of damage or expenses by the armed aggression. So we will hope that they will have enough of money for that. Are there any other questions left? Microphone, please. As of today, our state has lost lots of lands which are not worked on, but still the producers are growing products, and so the problems of the sales of yield is very relevant. On the one hand, we say that we will increase the arable square lands and will increase the yield, still the price will be decreased. So let me be sincere, the traders are earning more than the producers. Do we have any vision for the development of our producers, let alone small, medium or big ones? Any actions not to have these intermediaries selling and reselling? Do you have any vision for a year, 2 or 3 years? That's more of a question to Oleksiy, who was presenting the part of the Ukraine plan on the investment and processing. The strategy of Ministry of Agrarian Policy, the Ministry of Economy and Ministry of Recovery for the processing to take place on the territory of Ukraine, and then it will be easier to transport, because we'll have the products with higher value added, it will weigh less than the products which were not processed. The microphone is not used. As of today, we see how the Polish react, how other countries react, and the most important, what makes us distant from Euro integration? Is it an obstacle, our cheap agrarian products? And whether Euro integration give us more capacities for our agrarian producers to earn some dividends on that?
I believe that that's rather to Oleksiy. It's clear that we have to create additional working places here and to create added value here too, but that will be with time. Oleksiy, are you with us? I think we'll have a few more questions from Ivan. Do you hear me now? Yes, we hear you now. Great. It's a very good question indeed. Euro integration itself will not provide any specific advantages. So on the way to the EU, we have to prepare the producer to work in the new environment. But the EU is more interested in processed products because they actually have a different approach. To be competitive on the EU market, it is rather necessary to process than to invest into production of raw materials. It doesn't matter about what cultures are we talking. There is no such notion as Ukrainian price. It's a bit lower comparing to the EU one because of some logistics issues. The thing you've mentioning is actually the facts which are used by Polish side for manipulation. Because we also see that for the last 2 years the yield in Brazil is exceeding expectations, which is lowering prices all over the world. So prices actually went higher during the full-scale invasion, and we can actually discuss a lot about the consequences, the factors, etc., etc. I don't think this is the right time for that. So we have to invest into the processing because we need to strengthen our economy and also to be more competitive on the EU markets because before the full-scale invasion, we worked with the eastern markets more. Now we cannot export there because of the closed sea and because of the lack of necessary logistical change. chains. Ivan, would you like to add anything? Yes. Well, so the conclusion is the following. If our producer processed raw materials, then we would have the prices which are now available in the EU. But since we don't do that, then we have the prices which are used in the eastern countries. Did I understand that right? No, 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 not like that. Okay, I'll try to explain again. What the EU market wants, it wants stability, and we know that Ukraine has a good production in poultry market. So for them it won't be good if all the exports will go to there too. For them it is important the markets not to change. So if we had this opportunity to export to them too, they would ban just to limit our export, and that's all. First of all, the products should be of good quality, of necessary quality. They should be processed and relevant and needed on the markets in the EU cities. So the question is only about that. So we are usually oriented that the corn, which is very cheap now, internally and externally, we are oriented that Turkey is processing corn and grains and crops, and processes crops into processed product, and in such a way they have higher prices and can export these products to other sites. The EU will be closed for us, it's clear, because they will put quota on us. Where should we export then? Actually, we don't have any quota now with the EU. We are working on renewing the grain corridor through the sea. I wouldn't put this question this way. It will increase the portion of goods we are selling in the EU, but if we look at Turkish export, they don't export to the EU. Okay, so it is easy to adapt to big business. They have its own financial resource, access to loans from abroad. They can change the activities. But as to the small and medium producers, they are trying to cooperate to create co-productions to increase the price for their product, and they are actually, if we're talking about a typical zone, so the corn and wheat are in excess in our local market. So as to the corn, we see that farmers receive 9-10 tons per hectare and sell them for 2,000-3,000 hryvnias per ton, and they can only earn 22,000 hryvnias from a hectare, and that's a zero income. And corns are 35% of our arable lands. Okay, it's very nice discussion, but let's follow up because we're out of time. Yes, these are the money to local budgets. We can spend more time discussing that. Do you have a remark? Unfortunately, microphone is not used.
Пане Іване.
Ivan, I think that this is to you. Thank you for your remark. Here I'd like to agree with my colleague from Ministry of Agricultural Policy that the orientation to the EU markets, which are absolutely open to us, and we have no quotas with them, we would work on opening them more for the future, because as of now we have autonomous preferences from the EU, which will be renewed every June. They are actually introduced due to the war. So now we are working with the EU colleagues on more sustainable decision in this regard. So we'd like to amend the respective annex to the association agreement, and we are going to move forwards to eliminate quotas on a permanent basis. As to the integration of the EU into in terms of economy and everything what will be related to our Euro integration path, our Euro integration policy, our industrial and export potential, after we will become a member of the EU, it will become it will all become a policy at the EU level. So we will have to sacrifice part of our sovereignty to the level of the European Commission. We will have to do that as Poland did. And for the EU, it will be more perspective to look at Ukraine as an exporter to third countries, to invest into processing of raw materials which will then be exported to third countries. It's difficult to imagine that now, but with high level of probability, actually this specific option will be considered because our potential in the context of development of relations between the EU and China, it will be actually one of very powerful tools in the hands of the EU. Thank you very much. Let's follow up this panel. Thank you very much for being active. And now we are going to proceed to the next panel. To moderate the panel on energy. I'm an expert from the Center of Economic Development for Energy, and I'd like to invite the participants of this panel. This is Yaroslav Demchenkov, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Energy of Ukraine, specializing on Euro integration issues and international cooperation. Also, we will have Alexander Butenko, who is a Deputy Minister from the Ministry for Communities, Territories and Infrastructure Development of Ukraine, and he is specializing on issues on energy efficiency, and Marina Denisyuk, who is the head of Recovery Division from Reforms Delivery Office of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, and she is coordinating a process of recovery and also the plan which is under the discussion of today, and she is working in the Office of Reforms of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. Thank you. Well, energy sector, and I see that the interest to the energy sector is huge. Thank you for waiting for so long for this discussion. Energy sector suffered huge losses, and it is important to talk not only about the transformation of generating units, but also on restructuring consumption. So we have to broadly think about incentives for different sectors of economy and for households. It is important to mention here, I've been preparing to this panel and I tried to look at experience of the EU countries, and yes, into 2022 the European Union, as a response for the threat from the side of the Russian Federation, accepted a plan decreasing the consumption of gas by 15% and electricity by 10%. That was a response of in solidarity with Ukraine to the energy threats from the Russian Federation. That was the response from the EU countries. Yes, the percentages of a decrease is different for different countries. For some Scandinavian countries, it's 30-40%, and in some southern regions, the indicators could be better, especially during the heating season, but they couldn't do that so quickly, and the decrease was quite small, and that was because of lack of respective infrastructure to allocate funds from the EU funds, and also lack of institutional capacity. That was also a challenge for Ukraine as well. So during this panel, we are going to discuss how it is possible to optimize the generation and distribution infrastructure in order to ensure successful transformation of our energy system, and to ensure competitiveness of our economy, and to decrease energy poverty in our country comparing to today's indicators. I'd like to start from this side of the consumption and to tell how the energy efficiency issue is represented in the Ukraine plan. So, Alexander Butenko, over to you, and you will proceed with this matter. Dear colleagues, yes, thank you. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. So, our task is to increase the efficiency of consumption in municipal sector. So as to the recent data, 39% was consumed in housing and buildings. We are talking about multi-apartment buildings, individual houses, and community buildings. Because of the war and because of the decrease of economic activity, and because of the issue that many of those who are now on the occupied territories, they are not operating. Unfortunately, we couldn't get specific numbers, but approximately 40% of load and consumption was lost. So as to the reconstruction of energy sector, in the Ukraine plan, it was decided that it should be made with the thinking of energy efficiency principles. So these principles should be taken into account from the very beginning of design and planning. We have a large number of 150,000 buildings, which are the buildings which are in need of significant thermomodernization. As of now, we still don't have an inventory of such buildings, and inventory of immovable property started operating from 2016. So all the buildings which haven't had any operations with them starting from that period are not included into it, but they will be added later. So approximately 70,000 community buildings, they are in need of modernization, and these are the data by the end of 2020. 56% of natural gas are consumed for the needs of buildings. And taking into account analytical data, energy efficiency of buildings is 2-3 times lower comparing to the EU indicators. What are the directions for the development? Specifically, it's an implementation of directives which are the basis for the energy efficiency legislation. This is the system of energy management in communities, and development of capacity for a local planning with the consideration of energy efficiency perspective. Also, as to the directions, the launch of programs on modernization of community buildings. Here we are talking about involvement of funds for a comprehensive renovation and reconstruction of buildings and also ESCO contracts. The next point, a launch of the programs for modernization of houses, which is envisaged by the program till 2023. This is coming in line with the respective strategies on modernization of water supply and heat supply system. Also, one of the directions is the creation of energy efficiency fund, which will provide grant funds for thermal modernization. There are a number of programs from this fund. One of them, Energy House, which supported number of different organizations. Unfortunately, there are programs with loaning. Some programs are operating in co-financing mode, up to 70% of co-financing, but this is also a task for us on attracting additional funds for energy efficiency.
What else do I need to tell about? About the transition from subsidiarying and also the support of the investments and modernization of the buildings. This is the comprehensive solution throughout the whole system of the municipal structure for the development of that. That is the tariff regulation and also incentivization for the investments and regulation and settlement of the debt crisis which we have now at the market, taking into account, for instance, the lack of balance of the prices of energy carriers which we had in Europe after COVID, and in 2021 those are artificial price increase for the energy in Europe when the price of gas was approximately several thousand euro. So our response was the price cap for the end users. Such caps have their own price, like billions of debts for the suppliers of natural gas and of the population, though the price was fixed. And this is the issue of moratorium during the war times and also the painful issue of difference in tariffs. What else do I need to tell you about? Recovery in the tariff policy still. We'd like to have targeted subsidies to improve those mechanisms of subsidiaring, and we need to move on to the economically substantiated tariffs. Without such tariffs in the future, it will be really hard or maybe even impossible to accomplish the task on modernization of the sector. As for the spheres of development, we need to reconstruct the destroyed buildings till the level of the minimal consumption of energy. Build back greener principle is really the task we can accomplish if we have proper planning and recovery. The price is about 15 to 20% of the price, but still, knowing the price of the energy, which is still increasing, leads to economic availability. Which outcomes are we expecting? The increase of economic sustainability of the communities, especially under such conditions, the conditions of the ongoing armed aggression, the conditions of really complicated heating season we lived through, and the season which is ahead of us. What do we need to do? And what do we do to improve the resilience of the communities, to provide the work of the critical infrastructure with the alternative sources of cogeneration and also the provision of reserve sources of energy like it used to be last year, the installation of certain power, diesel or fuel generators, petroleum generators, that is the solution of emergencies. As for the sustainability and development, that is the implementation of cogeneration, alternative provision, installation of solar panels and storages, all of the stimulation and incentivization programs which allow us to be more sustainable and independent. We begin with the critical infrastructure first of all. Further on, we need to think how to provide the requirements and the needs of the communities in the reliable energy sources, both of electrical and heat energy.
Про що ще хотілося б сказати, це
What else would I like to tell about? The strengthening of institutional capacity of communities. Incentivization for the training of the staff. As an example, like energy management, the people who are responsible and helping to the heads of the communities to find out the efficient use of energy resources. They provide certain calculations and offer the communities, while developing energy plans, certain solutions. And what should it lead to? First of all, the positive social effect, the creation of new job places, and the decrease of the level of energy poverty, because the price of the resources of the energy will be increasing. So the reflection of all of that in the Ukraine plan, of this comprehensive approach to the energy efficiency, not only for the consumption but also for the delivery and supply, will allow us to solve certain issues. Then I'd like to move on to... Can I show slide 2? Next slide, please, but just a couple of minutes, because we have time regulations here. Okay, thank you. So, the efficiency increase in the sector of centralized heat supply. We can see the debt crisis, which is enormous, which deteriorated during the wartime. The debt in the heat supply for the energy is approximately 95 billion hryvnia. We can see how many debts are among the consumers. We can see the issue of reimbursement of the difference in the tariffs. As for the heat supply during the wartime, that's approximately 36 billion hryvnia. We can see certain needs of the sector of heat supply in energy. So what is foreseen in the plan? The increase of the efficiency in the centralized heat supply. That is the development of the modern systems of heat supply according to the methodology approved for the settlements with the population of more than 20,000. The recovery and the reconstruction of the system of centralized heating, which is economically profitable, secure, and it needs to be efficient from the perspective of the exploitation expenses and the end product. And also we need to speak about the changes in the tariff policy and the approach to the economically substantiated tariffs. We need to speak about diversification of energy sources, about the distributed generation in the communities. For all of that, we need financial provision. And financial provision should be based upon the certain tariff policy. Knowing my time limits, here I show the expected results. What we achieve if we implement those measures. I'd like to think that this is a task which can be accomplished, and we should focus on that together, and it is possible to implement it during the short period of time. Thank you, Alexander. Dear colleagues, please write down your questions, both online and offline. Note them down. You'll have the opportunity to pose the question for our speakers after all the speakers have their speeches. You can reflect on that. We need your feedback on what is reflected or under-reflected in the plan, and we need to raise the issues which exist for the branch today. So thank you, Alexander. Now I'd like to give the floor to Yaroslav Demchenkov, Could you comment in a nutshell as for the current state of the energy system, and could you comment how it is reflected in the plan? What are the key postulates and basics which should be in the recovery of 2024-2027 in the plan as of today, which will become the foundation for the permanent recovery, will not limit our economy, and will provide high-quality services for our consumers? Thank you. Good day. I think you're already exhausted, right? You're tired. As you're sitting here since the early morning taking part in the discussions, discussing all the issues for the development of economy of Ukraine, that of course it is hard, but I'll try to provide some information about the energy of Ukraine in the way to be interested, even if you are not in the energy business. Because look, now we are in the premises where it is warm, it is lit. We have the broadcast in the regions of Ukraine and people can watch it online. Of course, it is not that nice everywhere. There are regions which are under shelling, constant artillery shelling. Drones are used against the people. The missiles are used more and more actively. We do understand that the enemy is trying to pile up an amount of weapons to use them against us during the cold period of time, to use our energy system as a target, and our enemy will try to use not only the energy as the weapon, as they used to use it during the lengthy period of time at the international markets and in Ukraine, but the cold and the winter will be used by them as the weapon. I'd like to say that our energy system, in fact, is one of the most powerful in Europe, one of the most powerful even now. And during the war, during the full-scale aggression, we understood that the sustainability and stability of our energy system is incredibly high. Such number of massive attacks, more than 350 missiles were targeted onto the power generation substations, the system of oil and gas complex. But we have done a lot, incredibly, even during the war. First of all, we integrated our energy system and our electrical energy systems into the European ones. We got the certification of two operators, Ukrenergo, and we had the key structural reforms of the gas market, of electrical energy market. During the war, we have modeled with the best international experts, and we modeled the development of the Ukrainian energy system in the perspective up to 2050 as the country which has won in the war, as the country which has provided the economic foundation for the growth of the economy, as the country which will have the growth of the needs of the electrical energy, and as the country which in the future will defy using the fossil fuels, use the climate neutrality, and we'll move to the sustainable green energy, more environmental friendly. So according to the certain level of balancing, having enough of balancing capacities, cogenerational installations, the units which are working using gas or hydrogen, and still having enough of level of nuclear energy. Without nuclear energy last winter, it would be much harder. And let me be sincere, it would be harder without the heat generation, which uses coal, because they play a significant role in the heat supply system, they play a significant role in the system of balancing. But even this summer, the summer of Great War, showed that our business is focused upon the sustainable energy, and we are opening solar stations, we are having windmills, we are having bioenergy expansion. So in spite of the losses in generation, we have gradual, maybe not that significant, only several gigawatt, but still increase. This increase cannot be compared with what we have already lost. We have a huge amount of heat generation occupied. The biggest NPP in Europe of 6 gigawatt is occupied. This is the generation which can be consumed by one of the medium European countries. 6 gigawatt is almost half of what we would need to get through this winter. We calculate approximately 17 gigawatt of the needs to get through the winter. Still, what's important? We are striving for changes. In spite of the war, in spite of the hard situation in the energy sector, and it is hard for each of us to stand for our energy security, we are not lagging behind. We, as the country which is the candidate to the EU, we try to integrate our energy markets as much as possible. The energy market has to gain synchronization with the EU. It should have the opportunity to expand the energy corridors, the potential of interconnectors. For after the victory, when we get back the occupied generation, the heat generation, which will then have the transition from coal to gas, and then when we provide the expansion of the potential of bioenergy, when we have the new solar and wind stations, when we have the renaissance of nuclear power generation, then the potential of export, Ukrainian export of electrical energy and sustainable energy will be increasing. That is why it's important for us not to waste time and to integrate into the European market as much as possible for the rules and procedures and regulations which are acting in the European market to be acting in Ukraine as well. That is why the legislation on REMIT was adopted on the integrity of trade operations on the market. That is why we had certain changes in the legislation which regulate the development of the renewables. We have such models as net billing, so we are speaking about the gradual reform after the victory of the coal. For the development of bioenergy, to satisfy the needs of the increasing economy, and the economy will increase after the victory, and there will be increased consumption of electrical energy because we are moving to the maximum electrification of the country. And secondly, to satisfy the needs of our closest neighbors in sustainable energy at the expense of the export of Ukrainian energy. If you remember, before the massive shelling in October, on the 10th of October last year, Ukraine, even under the conditions of the Great War, has exported part of its electrical energy, and even now, during certain times, we have profited while generating the electrical energy. We have such an opportunity, but we understand that it is done at the expense of the decrease of the consumption, not because we have such a potential. Still, the potential will be here. This is the huge export advantage of Ukraine for the development, for the balancing at the expense of our electrical energy and the balancing in the EU, helping them to provide this energy transition, which we will accomplish here. The President, in his address to the Parliament, has clearly mentioned where we are moving to together with the European Union discussing the plan. First of all, is the development of the renewables. Secondly, the development of the nuclear energy. Third, decentralization, and the regions will play a key role in the development of energy sector. The centralized system, a very powerful system which we had as a legacy since the Soviet times from the Russian and Belarusian systems when we separated during the first hours of the big attack. We existed in the island mode, and now we joined ENTSO-E. Now we are working together with the continental Europe, but still the system is really vulnerable, because we have huge substations of 750. And everybody in the Soviet Union knows this system, what the Ukrainian energy system is based upon. It is incredibly hard and maybe even impossible to reconstruct it. Those claims lots of money. So each high voltage substation is a very nice target for shelling and a very vulnerable object. Even having generation not to allow the transmission of this electrical energy to the businesses, to the bigger consumers, and then through the objects of Obelenergo, of lower capacity, the distribution to the direct consumers at the places. So the system is incredibly vulnerable. And also the dependency on the big generation stations. Factories like Bursztyn, like Dobrotvir, like our nuclear power plants, big ones, powerful ones. And it is really cool, but at the level of the regions, to provide the sustainability of the regions and to increase it, and the sustainability of your energy should increase. When I say sustainability, I mean the generation of electrical energy with the minimum part of carbon trace, that is green energy, solar, wind ones. We understand that your energy at the places should develop according to these principles, but we understand that all of that is weather dependent. It is always dependent on the weather conditions. For it to be sustainable and stable, we need to provide the system of balancing. We need to provide the adequate level of storage. And our Ukrainian system of solar stations have been constructed without storages, and our balancing system was done by the generation which used coal. That is just nonsense. We are speaking about non-carbon production, solar generation. Still we burn the coal resource, polluting the environment, and we never provide the proper actions. It shouldn't be like that. So when we speak about the decentralized system, we are speaking about the increase of sustainable energy sources, sustainable generation, together with the storages, and the government is working for the tools to provide the municipalities, the owners of generation capacities, to have the opportunity to install storages. This technology is becoming cheaper month after month at the markets of China, Singapore, the United States.
And we are sure that also the price will going down, so the storages will be even more accessible. Hydro energy is very well developed in our country. When we will be rebuilding our Kakhovska Dam, we will have to also include the potential of a large storage for Ukrainian energy, for solar, for wind generation in the system of a broader network. But coming back to a decentralized system, it is important not to forget that except for the generation and storages, there is a huge question on sustainability of grids. This is a challenge for the whole Europe and all the United States. The capacity of grids to transfer necessary amounts of energy via them. So when we are talking to municipalities on developing our plans and strategies, we pay a lot of attention to the grids, to smart grids, which will be able to balance and which will be able to lose less during the transfer of energy. It will be very and crucially important for Ukraine when we will see recovery of large production facilities. We will need not only sustainable generation and storages for balancing, we will also need sustainable grids. And here we can pose these questions to Obelenergos, to municipalities, of communities, because we have to think about further development of economic model in a way that the business would be bankable. This part shouldn't be a subsidized part. It shouldn't be financed through the PSOs or vulnerable groups of population. It should be all implemented through market level arrangements which will allow to effectively utilize all the elements of business of energy market, and hopefully it will be all based on the best top-notch green innovations, and also it will be necessary to create respective incentives for these subjects. And following up, dear colleagues, our country had a highly competitive energy sector. We are very interested in continuing of being at such level of competitiveness. But let's look around, let's look in the EU. This summer in the EU, in Poland, there was a deficit of electricity energy, and in Germany and in other countries, in Belgium, there was a deficit of electricity energy. So markets were disbalanced. It is very important for us in Ukraine to develop a system which will be decentralized and do it on the principles of mathematical modeling to make the system as balanced as possible. We cannot allow for the balances to exist in the future. We as a Ministry of Energy is now working on that. We are also taking into consideration import and export operations which may take place. So new opportunities emerge. In perspective, we see that our capacity is 2 gigawatts of our export capacity with the EU. In our plan, the plan up to 2035, we have an idea to develop this capacity to 6 gigawatts and to 2050 to 10 gigawatt. And we are talking here only about electricity energy. And in Germany, in the meantime, 2 or 3 hydrogen strategies were already adopted. They are looking at Ukraine as a source of hydrogen, having an excess of green electricity. We can transfer not only electricity but also ammiac, hydrogen. We also has a potential of our gas transportation system. The next year, this system will be assessed on the ability to transport green hydrogen. This is also one of the answers we are working on. But colleagues, we have to create the opportunities for the business. The business should be interested to come to us, to come territorial communities, to work there, to create working places, energy, economy. It's all should be, there is such a nice term, predictable. They all should be predictable. It is important for the tariff policy and for the policy which is put into these plans as a basis to be not only paper-based but to be realistic, to be implementable. And now we have a unique opportunity when the President Zelensky in its statement says about 3 components which give an impetus for creation of new productions: green energy, green transition, solar panels, wind turbines, heating pumps, and other sources. These are all new sources, sectors of economy for the production, and that they can create new working places. So the economy, residential sector, they are the demand for the power, for any energy we may produce. We have to cover this demand as inside of the country, so outside of the country, and to do that not only on words but to implement it in reality. We're working on that, and thank you for your patience for listening to me. It was so interesting listening to you. I didn't want to interrupt you. Okay, so As it was mentioned correctly, it is necessary to do both and transform and to develop generation, increase efficiency, decrease losses in networks. But there is also a very important question. We have to ensure the competitiveness of economy, and the energy actually should help for that, should help to cover the demand which would be developing, so the demand can, because of the renovation, be increased significantly. We are talking a lot about green transition, green transformation. What does it mean for our economy? I'd like to ask Ms. Marina about that. What decarbonization was mentioned already for a few times. What does it mean? What does it mean, and how it is integrated in our plans? Good afternoon, everyone. The speakers talked so long and almost about everything, and all of them mentioned green part as well. We all understand that coming closer to the EU, we also have to be in line with their intention to make the economy greener, to decrease emissions. Accordingly, in the Ukraine plan, our European partners, together with representatives of the government, are discussing what can we do with that, especially since our emissions monitoring system cannot put into full operation because unfortunately we have occupied territories and some enterprises are not functioning anymore, so they cannot file respective reporting to be analyzed in the future. So what we have envisaged? We envisaged an integrated plan of energy and climate. This is a synergy of two major sectors which are, according to the national contribution and to inventory of emissions, they are the most carbon intense. Mr. Yaroslav has already mentioned that our main goal is to move towards the respective green resources of energy, renewable resources, but without the loss of existing sources of energy, because combination of different resources actually gives the stability. As we see in other countries, lack of diversification leads to these imbalances. So our goal, our intent is to implement renewables into a balanced system, to make them balanced with hydro energy, for example, and energy storage is also using the hydrogen and using existing potential of the mines we are going to close, because there are also technologies to use them as storages for energy, which can be further used as tools for balancing the system. So the integrated climate and energy plan will allow us to create the links between different activities in all areas of energy and climate to balance not only the energy systems but markets as well, to reach economically justified tariffs, to targeted subsidizing of vulnerable groups, and in order to balance economy in general, economy of markets, because especially markets allow us to involve and attract investments into different areas of energy sector, into small nuclear reactors, hydrogen energy, renewables, and other sources, because integrating into the EU, we first of all integrate into its market. So protection of our business is a basis of our integration into the EU. So the green path towards the EU is actually a key which we have to and need to implement, otherwise markets will not open. So we have an integrated plan. Its implementation is already started, but actually it will start after its approval in 2024. And after that, its implementation will start on the goal set and on creating the infrastructure, and especially climate infrastructure. So yes, it will be a strategic decision to adopt this strategy. Then monitoring will be set up by different ministries, and ministries will have to follow the targets and objectives against their achievement. The second part we don't have to forget is the pollution. The pollution is also reflected in the plan because Ukraine is concentrated its attention on decreasing the level of pollution. We usually don't think about our own carbon footprint, but we all think about how important to breathe clean air and to drink clean water. So our goal is to concentrate our activities on decreasing the pollution, on restoration of water bodies and our forests, and the focus is on preventing pollution and prevention pollution in the future, and actually dealing with the pollutions which took place because of the war. We are also working on implementation of waste treatment processes. Unfortunately, this process was hindered, and now due to the war, it's even more hindered, but we have to further work on this issue, and we've heard that actually the waste could be also a source of an energy, so each region should develop its own system which will provide energy for local needs, and it could be generation of heat or energy with use of, for example, biomethane, which is a part of our waste, into in high effective cogeneration in respective regions, because managing demand is very important, and it will help to support system in general and also to ensure local coverage of consumption. So basically, nobody is going to. It will also increase energy security, because nobody will send very pricey missiles to destroy some small cogeneration units. So, well, such cogeneration units and local generation units, they can be used also in cases when it will be necessary to support the system in general for the periods when larger generators will not be able to perform their function from different reasons. So actually different technologies could be used there, and new generation and cogeneration units could be built up at each and every level in different regions. So basically I would stop here, but I'd like to say additionally that the green component entails two principles: big belt, better, and do no harm. These principles both are embedded into the plan in each and every activity. That's not in just mentioned once. This is a cross-cutting idea which is related to all issues related to emissions limitations and decarbonizations and absolutely everywhere. You've mentioned now two phrases: do not harm and build back better. These are the principles of the plan which are actually included into the regulation which is now discussed in the EU. I hope it will be adopted in December together with our plan. These are two principles which are guiding introduction new policies in the EU. Leave no one behind. One of the principles. This is a principle that the regions which would need support will be supported, and the second component is do no harm. That's when we have to introduce circular economy and to use our own resources less if it's possible, or even return them back. So not to use new resources from the nature and to make our economy work in as much as possible circular cycle. So we understand that we should preserve as much resources as possible using all the available technology. You know, we I hope that shared a lot of interesting information with our colleagues, but when we talk about natural gas as a transit fuel, so we are talking about 20, 30 years time span for businesses. It's a good period for investment. Then biofuels, biomethane could be used as investment opportunities. So now in storages we have gas, and a lot of it was extracted in Ukraine, and there is a perspective to continue extracting gas in Ukraine. I don't know actually what is our audience, but we've been actually discussing that from all the challenges, lack of investments, lack of reforms, and many other issues, liquidity of the markets. When we deoccupy our energy objects, they are all mined at each square meter in the soil, in any premises. So we will need to prepare ourselves to the occupation of the territories in general, and then to demining the territories and objects. That will entail the need of many resources and funds to prepare the deoccupied objects for function. And in regions, we now see the trend of small privatization. There will be also a large privatization. Many investors think that they may buy some hectare of land and to build some premises there and so on, develop some production. So we actually have some objects which could not be used by businesses as they are, but they have connections to electricity grid, to gas, they're close to some settlements where human resources are available. So in the regions in which small privatization is being conducted, the regions should be interested in attracting investors, maybe not for today, but for the future. So they may use these platforms, these land plots or objects as future places for the production. That could be also a way or room for improvement.
Thank you, colleagues. Let us just finalize this section of speeches. Can I please provide the last remark? Yes, sure. I like when our panel discussion is self-organized and self-moderated. So, the last remark. We said all the nice words. We are working with that every day, and we understand deep every solution which should be taken. Some of them are very painful and need political decision of the highest superior authorities, but we are not stopping, and we still prove that it is needed. The economical substantiation of the tariffs, liquidity of the markets, those problems need to be solved now. We just have to solve them. There is no other way out in the civilized world which we belong to. By the way, let me remind that our losses of the war are calculated by the World Bank, and for the recovery they are more than $400 billion. That is 411, if I'm not mistaken, as they were calculated. Our plan, which, as it was emphasized by Oleksiy Sobolev today, covers only 39 billion of macrofinancial help. So we don't have recovery there. Our problems, which we need to solve, are not included here. And still we have the opportunity to attract the attention of all of the partners to these issues and to the negotiations to solve them if they need additional substantial funding, including the recovery, which additionally is communicated at the level of the multi-donor platform, which has been launched at G7, and in 2023 it existed to involve help for the so-called quick recovery, which was approximately 14.2 billion this year. So we need to understand that all of our aspirations, which we name narratives, are in the narrative declaration part. And we have the second part, an indicative part, where we sign under the requirements which are compatible between the EU and us, and with even some of the partners. Those are the conditions of macrofinancial help, which is given directly to the budget. So all the reforms which need additional funding are in the narrative part, which we cannot solve at the expense of 40 or maybe even 50% of deficit of the budget. We have huge obligations on the loans for the following periods. We understand for ourselves that the solutions on the update of markets, reboot of markets, is the cornerstone for our future recovery and the funding. Thank you. Thank you, Marina. Let us move to the questions. We have online questions and offline. Let's start with offline, please. Thank you. Zaporizhia Regional Military Administration. For us, it's an urgent and relevant question as well as for the others frontline questions, but maybe it's not that nice for you. Still, I'd like to pose it. Those are the payments for the communal services, electricity services on the occupied territories, small businesses, enterprises, private persons. Those are not just payments, but still they went to the courts. We can see those prices, and the enterprises which provide services are winning in the courts. Do you know about such an issue? Are there any ways to provide preferences for such territories, especially for the businesses which used to relocate, and still there are confirmations that they did not consume those services? How do you plan to solve it? Could you offer any ways, maybe which have already been developed? Thank you. Thank you for the question. Yes, really. This is the question which needs a comprehensive solution, first of all at the legislative level. First of all, at the level of the Ministry of Infrastructure, we have created a working group which deals with the issues of this manner. We have the Ministry of Reintegration, Ministry of Social Policy, Ministry of Energy, and other ministries are involved there. The working group is working on the legislative settlement of the issue of the payments for the services on the occupied territories, deoccupied territories, and when we develop certain legislative changes, we will present it. This is a very sensitive question and has to be solved. As for the businesses, the Ministry of Reintegration is working on this issue, as far as I know, together with the Ministry of Economy. Those are the issues which have to be settled in the legislation, and all of those questions have to be solved at the level of the law. I do hope that soon, during several months, maybe half of the year, we'll have substantial developments about that. Thank you. Good day. Kherson Region, Military Administration. I agree with my colleague. I have the same question, but from the usual consumers. For 9 months, we used to be under occupation. And the so-called liberators were living in their houses. They used electricity and gas. When the people came back home, they get huge accounts, huge bills. What can we do with that? Thank you for the question. Let me repeat, I already started my answer that the Ministry of Infrastructure, together with other ministries, has created the working group which is working on the legislative settlement of the problematics of the communal services provision on the deoccupied territories as well. And this issue has to be solved at the legislative level. We are working together with the Ministry of Social Policy, the Ministry of Reintegration. We need to define the enterprises, the amount of those bills, and this is the comprehensive question which has to be solved at the legislative level. I do hope it will be solved in half of the year. Well, you know, the draft law is ready. The regions will have the opportunity to look through it and to work, because we have the MPs in the parliament, so we need to work with them as well for them to join. But when I was once leaving the ministry, and there was a man standing there with a petition. So this is the question to you, I guess. If the people are watching us, some people leave their homes, then they came back, so they couldn't provide the necessary information about the meters. And those meters and sensors have to be checked as well. People are coming back, they need to check the meters and update the data. So do you think in the ministry how we can solve it? What about the meters? Gas meters, electric power meters? We prepared certain amendments to the regulation of the Cabinet of Ministers 206 on the payments if people left the territory. There is the certain list of the documents the people can submit to provide certain correction of the data. I think that this regulation, after the coordination with all the central authorities, will be already given to the governmental committee in a month. And the meters, as you asked me about, it's not our competency. I think it's the question for the Ministry of Economy and for the service providers. I also think that it should be solved. A first important step will be amendments to the Regulation 206, which partially settles this issue. And then the issue of debts, indebtment at the territories which used to be occupied have to be solved both for the consumers and the businesses at the level of the law. Thank you. Next question, please. Coming back to the communities, the communal property, as of today, we are willing to get to the EU. Do you know what will be the price of the kilowatt hour when we get there? Will it be at the same level or with Germany? Or will it be at the level of the Czech Republic? Or will it be our own Ukrainian price? Because as of today, we, as the owners of communal enterprises and organizations, we have it approximately at the level of 7 hryvnia. So as of today, when we communicate with the Ukrainian railways, Ukrzaliznytsia, which used to be before the war, the Cabinet of Ministers gave them the privilege. They simplified the 50% for the payment of the land plots. They gave them the discount, and we as the community did not get the taxes. So why can't the Cabinet of Ministers consider the issue about the use of the electrical energy during the night time, night tariff, for us, 50%? Now we have 7 hryvnia, and after thermomodernization and accumulation of energy, we would accumulate them because we know that the electrical energy during the night time, before the war at least, used to be, well, we had the over-exceeded. But when we exhausted it, we did not consume the electrical energy during the day. And that is how we save some money. That was the first question. And is there the opportunity at the Cabinet of Ministers to create the discount for the territorial communities? So let's make a conclusion. The price of the electrical energy, will we have parity, or maybe some country will be comparable with Ukraine? And the second question was whether we can use, for instance, storages during the night time to upload it, then to use them cheaper during the daytime, right? Kind of. And the third, can it be regulated at the level of the resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers? Well, first of all, it's not the resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers. This is the decision of the regulator about the use of the electrical energy during the night and the day. The law on storages is adopted. The market of auxiliary services, according to the applications of the head of the board of Ukrenergo, will not have the debts. So we are ready to involve the investments and auxiliary services, including the balancing services. And we can, in fact, have the proper savings of the energy in the regions. As of the additional discounts, we have the market. There can be peak prices and the gaps, so within the market we'll be able to regulate that. As of the discounts in the regions, this is the question to the regulator. Now we have the difference between the night and the day because a huge amount of generation was damaged, and we don't have such an opportunity to provide certain preferences during the night time because in fact the system is working in a stable way, but we don't have that much of the storage of stability. So as of the discounts in this sphere, as we are fighting for the improvement of the financial discipline of the company, considering occupied, deoccupied and frontline areas and their needs, this is the question whether we provide preferences for the regions which are now at the combat area but which are not frontline areas. It is hard as for the liquidity of the market. So we may say that this question is relevant, but in the future, when we have peace. As for the storages, formally speaking, you can already create the construction, provide the construction and launch. Since the 1st of January, you will have the package of the legislation acts to do that and to get your additional payment for the auxiliary service within the existing legislation. Whether it's enough or not, we need to consider each and every project separately, and the regulator is responsible for the tariffs for Ukrenergo, which will be paying for this service. And the last offer, this is the question which I already heard here at a different panel discussion. Could you please give us the initiative? For the territorial communities, there should be accessible loans, and then we'll have thermal modernization, then we'll have the renewables. But do not forget about the Regulation 590, because if we delay this question, it will not be paid back. We are paying only for the provided service, for the accomplished works. It should be supported, because this is the reason we can get to success. So territorial communities are ready. I'm communicating with lots of my colleagues, both for savings and thermal modernization and renewables and accumulation. Thank you. We have the program of 579 where we try to implement such support of SMEs. I'm just saying that there is the program which can be expanded if there are enough of requests from the territorial communities, which will be processed of the Ministry of Territories together with the Ministry of Economy. We can speak about that. As for the funding, because the interest rate is coverage is foreseen there, not the full grant funding. So here we need to work together with the communities through the ministry, involving the main stakeholder of this process, the Ministry of Economy, which launches such tools, and there will be Ministry of Finance there because we'll need to coordinate the budget there, the calculations. So I think this issue is relevant as for thermal modernization and your wish to be self-regulated, self-sufficient. So I guess this question can be raised using your associations. Give us enough of material to shape the task and to work with it. I understand what you mean. I'd like to comment upon that. Really, this is the question of the budget legislation. There are several law drafts registered which settle this issue for the amalgamated communities to become the subjects of loans. For instance, we have credit resources and for the complex thermal modernization. First of all, for the social infrastructure, schools, kindergartens, hospitals. We have the program with the European Investment Bank, the sum of loaning up to 5 million euro per territorial community. But in spite of the fact that the community may have a potential and the financial and institutional capacity, taking into account the restrictions of the budget legislation, which have to be settled with several law drafts, in particular the MP law draft, the ministry law draft, I do hope that the Parliament will do that, and it is in the priority which we reflected. I do hope that the Parliament at another session will have the opportunity to consider that till the end of the year. I cannot. We are instantly raising this question, but I cannot speak instead of the Parliament. I do not replace them. They define their own agenda and the prioritization of the issues. On my behalf, when I speak to the MPs, I will raise this issue again. Thank you for raising it. It is important, and I hope it will have positive solution.
Would you excuse me? I'd like to remind you that we are talking not about some issues which you have today, but about our plans for 2027. So please stick to this comment. Head of Territorial Community on Khmelnytskyi, wanted to ask a question regarding the feed-in tariff. It used to be an incentive to install solar panels and wind generation units. As for solar and wind generation, it's necessary to balance them in our territorial community. We have Green Energy Park. This is a biogas plant. And they have the same situation with the debt on recovering feed-in tariff. First of all, I'd like to support my colleagues that community should be provided with an opportunity to introduce energy efficient technology. Yes, there are grants, but still after the documentation and connection, it's rather difficult. If it's possible to stimulate that and to allow obtaining some additional resources in form of, for example, bonds or anything else, what will allow us to implement this project. So the first question is regarding the feed-in tariff, and the second issue, yes, biogas is, as of today, a very good alternative for agrarians. So having bioethanol it actually helps us to create a closed cycle. So can I ask you what do you produce from the biogas? Yes, cogeneration, 26 megawatts unit. So having that in more than 100 millions, we have a question: what should we do? So we have installed a new piece of unit which enriches the biomethane. Now we can transfer it to the gas grid, but in general we do not receive enough money to recover the cost of production. So how do you treat the biogas production in general? We treat it very well. We have a signed memorandum on recoverable gases with EBRD, and it relates to biomethane and hydrogen. As to the biomethane, we have a huge amount of documents which are intended to stimulate this sphere. As to the connection to the gas transportation system, can increase. It can increase the utilization of this gas. As to the feed-in tariff, nothing changed. There is a feed-in premium mechanism and auctions mechanism. Both of them still work, and they're working on the respective contracts. Well, it's kind of a premium for the generation if it's not covered by the market, because now we are moving to the era when the green tariff becomes profitable, so there is no reason to support the system which existed before, as it actually was programmed that till 2030 the question of prolonging this mechanism wouldn't be even posed, and we actually came to this time when the scheme will be transformed. That it will be still working through feed-in premiums and auctions, but as to the debts, this is of course related to our current financial condition. There are problems related to loss of generation from Zaporizhzhia NPP, and that caused full circle of problems to all the subjects in the system. And as far as I remember the numbers, it's 50% compared to the previous year, and now the subject who should cover this cost unfortunately doesn't have enough funds to pay all these funds. Yes, but before the war the situation was approximately the same. If you remember, last month before the full-scale invasion we had even 100% of premiums paid out, but when 50% is a very good indicator. In any case, we don't know countries who had the same situation as we are, but last month Ukrenergo Atom covered 100% of its obligations under PSO and even paid advances for October, so the situation I think will be improving, and the committee of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine is working on that issue. On their monthly meetings they discuss the issue of financial discipline to minimize debts on all markets, on heat market, on electricity market, and on others, to find liquidity to cover feed-in tariffs. So yes, you saw the budget. We won't have bonds for that. We'd like to see that there, but is it possible? Because of this situation, what we have when the partners provide us as maximum as possible, and there is an overall trend that it's much more difficult to get funds for social payouts. You see, it's difficult. So we will work on decreasing the level of debts and overall growth of economy will help to increase the level of coverage, and but to what extent we will see only with time. But at least we have to try to cover that within the tariffs which were set. Yes, colleagues, the issue of debts is a very serious issue. But as of now, the regulator and the ministry and the Committee of Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, they're working on improving the situation. Situation improves step by step, but the debts are still large. Are there any questions in the audience? No? Okay, so we don't have any further questions online, and we are following up this panel right according to our agenda. So during this discussion, we've heard that the green transformation and energy sector and introduction of energy efficiency measures are indivisible elements of a future planning for Ukraine, taking into account social context and the need for recovery. And the ministry made a huge job to prepare its part of the plan. You actually have an opportunity to provide your comments to the proposed drafting. I'm very grateful to the speakers for participating in this panel. Also grateful to participants for their questions. I have you a very good evening. Of discussing these issues is very important. It's not the end of our discussion. We are going to have further events in regions. Thank you very much for participation, and we invite you to attend our other meetings. Thank you.